Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. If you are asked to tame beasts, you will feed them devil fruits. Chapter 31. Actually, I am speechless too. My expression has not changed at all from the beginning to now. Haven't you noticed anything wrong? Do you want to eliminate me? Besides, who told you that I only have this one SSS level demon general level beast? Yi Chen's head was slightly lowered, but at this moment, he suddenly raised the corners of his mouth, and smiled brilliantly, showing everyone a harmless smile. With a thought, a huge phoenix suddenly appeared in the sky. Cry! A shocking cry resounded through the ancient forest. The huge fire phoenix was born in the fire, and came out of the fire, burning with blazing phoenix flames. Each feather was like a flame, and the slender phoenix body was overwhelming, covering a small half of the world. Everyone was under the phoenix, and they couldn't help but notice that the world suddenly became dark, but soon it was quickly illuminated, the temperature rose rapidly, and the temperature was raised by the red flames on the body of the lustful phoenix. Phoenix flame cross fire pillar. Yi Chen shouted in a low voice. A cross-shaped flame suddenly appeared around him. The terrifying fire power exploded directly, bursting with a shocking roar. The terrifying high temperature, coupled with the violent flames, the crowd was blown away by the terrifying flames before they could kill Yi Chen. Not good. The closest Zhu Danshang, Wu Luoxin, Zhang Ping and others were directly affected by the central flames and were blown away more than 10 meters away. They fell heavily to the ground, smashing a small square pit, and were covered in dust. How can this fool have a divine beast? Screams rose in all directions, and dozens of people flew out together, both men and women, and fell on the ground. Yi Chen did not let go of the women on the field because of sympathy. In his eyes, men and women are equal. Under the high temperature burning, the clothes of many young men and women have been burned to ashes. If they hadn't used their own abilities in time, or the power of elements or supernatural powers, or the sword will, to reduce the power of the crossfire column, otherwise, I'm afraid they would really have to die here. Or their clothes were burned to ashes by the terrifying high temperature. I saw that many men's upper body clothes had been completely burned into nothingness, and only a pair of torn pants were left on their lower bodies. They seemed to have noticed something, and suddenly grabbed a handful of soil from the ground to cover the key parts to prevent their little brothers from being exposed. But the peach butts were exposed to the public. Eyebrows, hair, and body hair all disappeared. Such a scene was so funny and hilarious on the scene. Those who didn't know would think it was a comedy. On the other side, the girls were better. They didn't rush to the front at the first time, so only some of their clothes were burned and torn, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. But fortunately, the key underwear was still there and was not burned. Otherwise, it would be bad to give these fools a benefit for nothing. How is it possible? This aura is also at the level of a demon general, a 5th level demon general. Looking at the momentum it exudes, it is actually SSS level. There is not only one contracted beast, but also a second one. This is a phoenix. This kid is not only a dragon-type beastmaster, but also a phoenix-type beastmaster. One person has two most special and powerful beastmaster professions. I am afraid that there is no one in my great Shah. The people who were knocked to the ground raised their heads with difficulty, uttered a stunned sound, took a breath of cold air, and their eyes were full of unwillingness. How could there be such a perverted kid? One person contracts two god-level beasts, both of which are SSS level. Is this person cheating? Even those hidden families in Longdu and the top wealthy families don't have such a foundation. You actually have a second beast that is so powerful, why didn't you say it earlier? Who are you? It is absolutely impossible for a beastmaster of the dragon and phoenix system to be unknown in my Long Academy. Shu Leng still took the lead in questioning, and no longer had any hope for this fight. How can this be fought? If the beastmaster's beast is talented enough and reaches the SS level, it can basically be said to be invincible at the same level, not to mention the SSS level plus the dragon and phoenix system. You didn't ask me. If you asked me, maybe I would have told you a long time ago. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently, full of indifference, just like the previous look of asking for a beating. Shu Leng was so angry after hearing this that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes turned white, and he fainted. He was just angry. How could he have been so frustrated before? This kid can't be unknown in the academy, why haven't I heard of him before? The beast-controlling genius of the dragon and phoenix system is definitely not Wang Long, who was accepted as a personal disciple by the dean. The green-skirted instructor appeared on the tallest ancient tree, next to the square-faced instructor, raised his head and looked at the huge phoenix in the sky, his eyes thoughtful. This is the legendary phoenix. With the addition of the Thunder Dragon, is our Long Academy really going to rise? There are 4 great heavenly sovereigns in the younger generation of the 3 major academies. With his presence, there will definitely be a 5th heavenly sovereign. Go, report to the dean quickly and check the identity of this kid. Even if he is not from our academy, we must not let him run away. The square-faced instructor hurriedly spoke up, told the woman in the green skirt a few words, and then went to invite the dean of the Beast Taming Academy and the top leaders of Long Academy. If we can't beat you, can we still outrun you? I don't believe that with so many of us, you can wipe us all out in one breath. Everyone flee in all directions. In such a large forest, he definitely can't wipe us all out in one breath. Brothers, you must save face in the hands of this evil star today, otherwise how can we survive in Long Academy in the future, and what will happen to our reputation if it gets out? Zhang Ping and Wu Luoxin were the first to howl like a wolf, grabbing a handful of mud, covering their lower parts tightly, and running towards the distant forest at an extremely fast speed. From a distance, only 2 white buttocks that kept twisting could be seen. Yes, our reputation must not be ruined here. What should we do after what happened today gets out? Being beaten up by a freshman, you have no power to fight back. Brothers, just run away, everyone hold on. The remaining boys also imitated the 2 of them and fled in all directions. The remaining women were slightly distracted, looking up at the huge and majestic fire phoenix in the sky and earth, not trying to run away, it was meaningless. They were different from those boys who cared about their reputation. Besides, although a large area of their clothes were burned here, exposing a large area of spring light, wasn't Yi Chen the only one here? Let him see it, relying on their proud assets, what if Yi Chen took a fancy to them? Besides, wearing it would not count as giving. Yi Chen's extremely terrifying potential, if he stayed in Long Academy in the future, he would definitely be a dean, then wouldn't their reputations rise with it? Many women had such little thoughts in their hearts, so they simply stopped twisting and twisting, loosened their hands to cover themselves, and took the initiative to stand up to expose themselves to Yi Chen's eyes. So many white-breasted white fools. Ahem, what am I talking about? Adhering to the principle that if you don't take advantage, you're a fool, Yi Chen glanced at all of them without leaving a trace. Glanced again. He secretly said he was guilty. It was precisely because many women did this that the remaining people had time to escape. Yi Chen didn't rush to chase them. Looking at this dense ancient forest, it was definitely unrealistic to search one by one. But what if he set fire to the entire forest? With the current ability of the phoenix, it can definitely control the sky fire and burn this ancient forest. Senior sister, if we burn this whole ancient forest, it should be okay, right? To be on the safe side, Yi Chen deliberately asked. The woman in shorts was frightened by Yi Chen's fierce idea, and cold sweat flowed down her forehead, and she hurriedly stopped him. Junior brother, you must not do that. If you burn this whole ancient forest, the school will blame you, and you will have to pay a lot of money. This ancient forest is the main examination site of Teacher Luluo. It took countless manpower, material resources, and financial resources to transplant an ancient forest from the outside world into the school's small secret territory. If it is burned, at least you will have to pay millions. After saying that, the woman in shorts pressed her hands on Yi Chen's hands without leaving a trace to ensure that he would not do such a stupid thing. And when she got so close, the snow-white ravine on the woman's chest was more clearly exposed to Yi Chen's eyes. Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent. Not only indecent, but also look too much. Yi Chen silently chanted in his heart, but he seemed to be chanting wrongly, and he didn't know what was going on. Yi Chen's voice was not loud, but it soon spread throughout the ancient forest. The people who were still fleeing hurriedly stopped, with cold sweat on their backs, turned their heads in disbelief and looked in the direction of Yi Chen and yelled. You fool, do you still want to burn this forest? Why don't you burn us to death together? I have seen a living father, but I have never seen a living devil. The veins on the foreheads of the people were so angry that they burst. If they could not beat Yi Chen, they would have thought of saying a few more harsh words and beat him up directly. Well, I'll say it, if I accidentally kill all the seniors, the school will blame me, but I dare not. Yi Chen smiled and didn't care. Although he had such an idea, he didn't think of putting it into action. This sentence was said to the Green Rose teacher hiding in the dark. Teacher, you don't want the forest you are in charge of to be burned down by me, do you? Teacher, you don't want to be punished by the school, do you? So, just listen to me. Everything ends here. You have won this assessment unconditionally and ranked first. The rest of you should adjust your status. I will give you 1 hour to tidy up your appearance before taking the next assessment. As for what to ban, you can choose again. Teacher Luluo appeared at the top of the ancient tree and glanced at Yi Chen unhappily. It was all because of Yi Chen that such a farce happened. This instructor assistant assessment is a mess. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the task issued by the system, and get a random devil fruit, a turntable draw, 3,000 task points, and a random professional weapon. The voice of the system sounded, and the task completed by Yi Chen was directly issued without any delay. Yi Chen did not check it carefully directly. After all this was over, he used the upgrade card and the breakthrough card together. After breaking through a major realm, he could get another devil fruit. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief after hearing what Teacher Luluo said. Finally we are free. If this fool is here, we can't compete at all, we can't play, it can only be his training ground. The men stopped running and took the initiative to leave this place, changing into a new set of clothes and wearing hats. Otherwise, this bald man looks very funny. How can they face people? Come to me directly, I have something to tell you. Teacher Luluo walked up directly, without caring about anything, grabbed Yi Chen's arm, and led him to a certain place. A green light flashed from the feet of the two people, which continued to solidify and turned into vines for them to step on. They walked to the top of the ancient tree and entered an ancient tree space. At this time, in the entire space, in addition to the square-faced instructor before, there were more than a dozen old men who were nearly 70 years old. Each of them had a very restrained aura, with bright eyes and full of golden light. Led by 3 white-robed old men, the other old men stood behind them. Little guy, don't be afraid, come and sit. An old man in a white robe spoke gently, looking at Yi Chen with a kind look. Yi Chen hesitated for a while, nodded, and sat directly on the wooden chair in the front, without any stage fright. Knowing that he was not from Long Academy, he must not be able to hide it. However, he had completed the system's task, which was his main goal. This boy has a good mind and is particularly powerful. The 3 old men were more satisfied when they saw Yi Chen like this. When ordinary people saw the 3 of them, they were all very nervous and uncomfortable, and they didn't even dare to look at him. Yi Chen was fine. How could they know that Yi Chen didn't know these people at all, and he had never been to Long Academy? When he saw the 3 people, he thought they were just old grandfathers with higher status. Aren't they just the deans of the college? In his eyes, they are almost the same as the principal of a high school. Of course, Yi Chen must have a narrow vision here. The deans of the 4 major colleges, even the tutors, have very special identities outside, or they are members, elders, or even presidents of the Monster Hunting Association. Little guy, we have checked the entire student list of Long Academy, and you are not on it, so are you interested in joining our Long Academy? No need for any exams, you can be arranged as a freshman, and join with other freshmen next month. An old man in a white robe supported his white beard, smiled and spoke, and directly invited Yi Chen. Are you kidding? He is a rare beastmaster of both Dragon and Phoenix systems. Moreover, at such a young age, he has already reached the level of a general beastmaster. He will definitely be a giant in Daxia in the future. This is the rhetoric of a group of shrewd people. They don't ask about your background or your purpose in coming to Long Academy. They just invite you first, leaving a good impression on others. Little guy, how about my Dragon K Academy? It's quite impressive, right? There are many secret realms. As long as you can come, the rewards and resources will be tilted towards you. Especially if you join my Beast Taming Academy, I can personally accept you as my personal disciple and personally guide you on everything about beast taming. The white-robed old man in the middle then spoke, looking at Yi Chen, his old eyes full of hope and expectation. And his identity was naturally revealed. Dragon K Academy, the dean of the beast taming academy of the 5 major academies. Listening to what the two said, Yi Chen did not hide and directly said why he came here. Every time he thought of this, Yi Chen was so angry that his liver hurt and he almost cursed. In fact, I should have chosen to apply for Dragon K Academy. It was purely an accident that I came here today. I was tricked by that old guy Liu Bei. It was clearly agreed that I would be teleported back to Zhongqing, but who would have thought that I would be teleported here? When the time comes, I should just fill in Dragon K Academy as my first choice. I am also a freshman in this class. It's just that this time, by accident, I came here and participated in the assessment of the instructor assistant. Yi Chen scratched his head, quietly looked at the expressions of everyone, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief after finding that there was nothing wrong. I heard that if you apply for the instructor assistant, you can get a reward of 500,000 yuan and 10 credits. Does this count? Credits are very useful in Lonk Academy. They can be exchanged for various resources and cash. What is Yi Chen lacking now? Money. Although there is a system for upgrading and evolving beasts, as a beastmaster, it is very expensive. Liu Bei, old guy, new students, everyone on the field didn't expect Yi Chen to say that. They stared at him in astonishment. Isn't Liu Bei the dean of their Qidao Academy? Why was he called an old guy directly? If the hot-tempered Dean Liu Bei knew about this, he would definitely beat up the little guy in front of him. And they didn't even dare to call Liu Bei by his name. They didn't expect the little guy in front of them to be so bold. But on second thought, they still had to protect the dragon and phoenix beast masters with such powerful talents. Not to mention calling their names, even if they stood on their heads and took a big shit, they would call them, "Young master, your digestion is really good." The old guys quickly sorted out the interests involved and heard a lot of meaning in Yi Chen's words. New students, I heard that a very terrifying dragon and phoenix dual system beastmaster appeared in Nankang province, and he was the top scholar in Nankang province. He swept through the 3 secret realms alone and overwhelmed the top scholars in various provinces of Da Sha. Quote, even the vice presidents of Tianbei Academy and Tianqing Academy have personally come forward to invite him. The vice president of Arlong Academy is also the same. He has come to Zhongqing and is ready to find this little guy. I didn't expect that this little guy is right in front of us and was sent directly to the base of us. Good guy, it is even more impossible to let him go. He must be tied here. This kind of monster can no longer be described as a genius. He is simply a pervert. You have the intention to join Arlong Academy, very good. There is no need to register online. It is so cumbersome. Come on, little guy, let's just press a fingerprint, which means that you have successfully enrolled. By then, Lonk Academy will provide you with a single villa residence, a bonus of 5 million yuan, and 30 credits. If you have other needs, you can just ask. Quote, an old man in a gray robe stepped forward and took out a contract from his bosom, which contained everything about the admission. So straightforward, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that they had prepared the admission contract in advance. Good guy, it seems that they don't want to let him go at all. If he said no, he would probably force him to stay here and press his handprint. Are all the people in Lonk Academy a bunch of bandits? Then Liu Bei is also a bandit. Now, Yi Chen couldn't help but wonder if he had entered a bandit's den. It was not too late to withdraw now. But the 5 million bonus made him very excited. The independent villa as a dormitory looks good. Yi Chen stepped forward and read everything in the contract carefully. After confirming that it was not a contract of selling, he carefully pressed his handprint. After seeing Yi Chen press his handprint, the old man quickly put it away, as if it were a treasure, fearing that Yi Chen would regret it. He disappeared in a flash, probably saving the contract in the file. Little guy, there is still a month before the official start of school. If you don't understand anything, you can ask us. Here, this is the latest model of Yali 18. Our contact information and address have been saved on it. If you have any questions, you can contact us directly. Of course, if you don't understand anything or need anything, just call us directly. Quote, the old man took out a prepared gift package and handed it to Yi Chen. In addition to a mobile phone, a freshman handbook, Lonk Academy's special student identity clothing, and a bunch of miscellaneous daily necessities. The most conspicuous one was a shining gold card. Presumably, there should be a scholarship of 5 million. Counting the reward given by the military district before, he now has tens of millions in his hands. Unexpectedly, he turned around and became a multi-millionaire. However, in this world, the cost of money is also huge. For ordinary general-level beastmasters like him who want to break through, the estimated beast materials needed are all several million. Although Yi Chen is not very concerned about this, there are special ways to upgrade pets, but with a huge amount of money in hand, he can go to the black market to have a look. Maybe he can buy what he wants. Speaking of needs, I really have one thing, that is, whether you can send me back to Zhongqing City directly. I still have some things to do in Zhongqing City. Yi Chen looked at the three old men in the lead. Of course, anyway, there is still a month before the new students start school. You go back to Zhongqing to do things first, and then Dean Lu should escort you directly to the school. The old man in white robe seemed to see Yi Chen's urgency, looked at the square-faced man beside him, and nodded. The square-faced man waved his hand, and a beam of light fell on Yi Chen, taking him directly to the teleportation array of Long Academy, and then sent him back to Zhongqing City. Such a good seedling, he actually joined my Long Academy directly. I don't know how that old liar Lu Bei deceived him. The white-bearded old man in the middle stroked his beard with satisfaction, with a smile in his eyes. With such a good seedling, he will be the 5th Tianjin of Daxia in the battle of the 4 major universities in Daxia 1 year later. The many old men looked at each other and laughed very happily. At this time, the students who were still competing for the position of instructor assistant in the ancient forest did not know Yi Chen's true identity. They thought Yi Chen was a freshman, and no one thought that he would be a freshman of this year. When the military training started at the beginning of the school, when they met each other, everyone's expressions were as wonderful as they could be. Of course, this is all later. Because it is from the central China plain to Zhongqing City, the teleportation route needs to cross 2 provinces, and it is impossible to go back without a certain amount of time. Yi Chen simply opened the system panel, without any hesitation, and gave the realm upgrade card to Fulei Chonglong, and gave the shackles breakthrough card to Lilong Chonglong. In an instant, the realm of Fulei Chonglong in the beast control space directly reached the 9th level from the original 7th level, and broke through to the commander level. 6 upgrade cards were pushed up in one breath, and directly reached the 6th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet Fulei Chonglong for successfully breaking through to the commander level, and the host's realm also reached the commander level, and obtained the random devil fruit rewarded by the System X1. Ding! Fulei Chonglong Bloodline Evolution Right Pointing Arrow Wanlei Yinglong. A burst of lightning flashed, and in Yi Chen's beast control space, the aura of Chonglong rose sharply, and endless lightning surrounded him, densely packed. Those lightnings were infinitely close to purple-black. I saw a pair of huge dark gold dragon wings growing behind Xiao Lei. His body broke through 30 meters, his dragon scales were neat and tidy, and his aura was even more powerful. A pair of blue and gold majestic dragon pupils seemed to be indifferent to everything in the world. On the other side, the Phoenix of Fire and the Ice Crystal Blue Luan felt the changes in Xiao Lei and were actually afraid for a moment. That was from the suppression of blood. Yinglong, in the system of Daxia, it is the top dragon family, infinitely close to the existence of the ancestor dragon. At this moment, their blood is not strong enough, so they will be suppressed by Xiao Lei. Ding! Wanlei Yinglong unlocks his natal dragon skill, 300 million volts Godfall. The voice of the system in his mind sounded, and Yi Chen thought about finding a place to release a big move to see how powerful it is. Look at you two useless people, what are you afraid of? I will promote you first, and then find some elemental secret realms to help you break through your realm. Yi Chen looked at a corner of the beast control space, 1 blue and 1 red, a phoenix and a blue phoenix, who were actually scared by the dragon's might and ran to the corner. Yi Chen was so angry that he laughed. By the way, he gave all the remaining 3 breakthrough cards to the fire phoenix, and its realm was the same as the ice crystal blue Luan, reaching the 9th level of perfection. The two are only 1 step away from breaking through the commander level. The breakthrough of the Beastmaster realm is closely related to the pet. With the breakthrough of Xiao Lei's realm, Yi Chen's realm reached the general level, reaching the level of the Beastmaster. It can be said that his soul power can be revealed at this moment. This power is enough for him to easily crush hundreds of demon beasts in the demon disciple realm with soul power. As for higher level ones, he needs to make another breakthrough in his realm. It is no problem to scare the demon soldier realm. This soul power appearance is too weak. You know, after my soul power has been transformed by the system, it can be said to be infinitely close to God. But I can only use this little bit. I don't know how many realms I have to improve before I can use it. Yi Chen sighed lightly, but soon recovered and didn't care about it. The system said that he could unconditionally share the innate magical powers of a pet after breaking through to the general. Now that he has so many contracted pets, which one should he share? Wan Lei Yinglong's thunder fruit, he is the Thunder King. The burning fruit of the Phoenix, he is the Blue Star Flame Emperor. With the frozen fruit of the ice crystal Blue Luan, he can freeze the seawater and ride a bicycle on the seawater. Or is it the sweet fruit that attracts millions of girls and rich women to follow him? Ahem, I think the last one is good. Of course, there is still a flash fruit that has not been used, and 2 random devil fruits whose properties are unknown. You can take out these 2 fruits first to see, what if you get a better fruit? Then apply it to yourself. Anyway, as long as you break through another realm, he can share the talent of a pet beast. Tongzi, open the 2 random fruit gift packs, and the random professional weapons I stored in the system before, help me open them together. Yi Chen was extremely excited and spoke immediately. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got the sweet fruit ×1. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got the door fruit ×1. Ding, congratulations to the host, you got the swordsman professional weapon, SSS level venerable demon king sword. Weapon level, from low to high, D level to SSS level, legendary level, god level. SSS level demon slaying sword, has a 5% chance of directly killing any demon beast of any realm, and can suppress 30% of the combat power of demon beasts below the venerable level. 2 fruits plus a swordsman level long sword. What the hell? Why is it another sweet fruit? I already have this, what's going on? Could it be that Tongzi is the worm in my heart, and knows that I have always wanted to make a whole mermaid, so he gave me another one? Quote. Yi Chen thought to himself, he didn't expect Tongzi to be so considerate. This Menmen fruit was not very strong in the anime he watched, but it was so powerful in his hands. Isn't this the space fruit? In this way, one of his pets can travel through space at will. The pet that takes him through any space is equivalent to him having the power of space elements, or the ability of space teleportation array, and then he can go wherever he wants. This is simply a must-have for home escape. Plus there is also the flash fruit to increase speed, who can catch him? Now he has 3 fruits in his hand. As soon as he returns to Zhongqing City, he will look for 3 monsters, which can be strong or weak. Anyway, this devil fruit has its own evolution function, and then his pet team will have 3 more generals. As for the mermaid, he thought about it and decided to get one. Of course, it's not that he is lustful, he just wants to see the legendary mermaid. It is detected that the soul power applied by the host to the system just now has the intention of slandering, and the system reminds you again and again. The main reason is that the host's realm is too low, and he cannot exert the full strength of these soul powers. When the host's realm breaks through the supreme level, he can manifest soul power and transform into a divine beast with soul power, which is the so-called martial soul. This martial soul has the same combat power as the host's pet, and is even immortal. As long as the host's soul power is sufficient, these martial souls are immortal. The system's voices rang out one after another, making Yi Chen's head a little big. Tongzi, Tongzi, you are really my god. Yi Chen was overjoyed when he heard what the system said. Wow, he was so surprised. The system gave him so many plugins, fruit evolution, god-level pets, and martial souls. This is a multi-comprehensive fusion monster. However, he loves it very much. Just when Yi Chen was about to draw a lottery in the mall turntable, the light around him gradually dimmed, and the light spots that kept disappearing around him became calm and returned to Zhongqing City. Run, run. But soon Yi Chen realized that something was wrong. Why were there so many beast roars coming from Zhongqing City? And the sound of running away. Could it be that the monster tide of this month broke out at this time? Roar, 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 but that shouldn't be the case. According to the location of the teleportation array, it is definitely in the center of Zhongqing City. How could the city center be affected by the tide? Unless the fierceness of the beast tide has broken through Binhai's defense line and even trampled on the defensive city built by Binhai. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's face changed drastically. When the teleportation array was completely calm, he could see the surrounding scene clearly. It was exactly as he had guessed. At this moment, Zhongqing City was already in ruins. Emergency notice, emergency notice, the number of Binhai beast tides has exceeded 10 million, breaking through the coastal defense line. Please evacuate quickly, evacuate quickly. The people from the military region have arrived. Don't panic, step onto the teleportation array in an orderly manner. My Zhongqing government will definitely protect you to evacuate safely. Over Zhongqing City, helicopters flew over one after another, and the sound of the broadcast resounded through the sky and earth, spreading over and over again. In the distance, less than a kilometer away from Yi Chen, he could already see a dark group of sea beasts attacking the city. Yi Chen's teleportation location happened to be on a street in Zhongqing City. At this moment, Yi Chen was too tired to complain about Long Academy. Whose teleportation array doesn't teleport to a fixed location? How could it be randomly teleported to the street? If he didn't do it right, he might be teleported directly to the edge of Zhongqing City, in the middle of the beast tide. Wouldn't that kill him? Run fast, if you run slower, you will die. I don't want to die, why is this monster tide coming again? Wasn't there only a few 100,000 before? Why are there so many now? And they are all like crazy. This is our home, this is the land where we have lived for decades, I don't want to leave. Countless fleeing figures passed through Yi Chen's two sides, and everyone's face was filled with despair, fear and even reluctance. Tears were running and swaying, and each one was extremely unwilling. They were shouting and running, but in order to save their lives, they had to evacuate this faraway homeland, the land that originally belonged to them. As his realm rose, Yi Chen's purpose and soul power also increased, and he could see the scenery thousands of meters away. He could see the ordinary people who were coming and fleeing being swallowed by a 7th-level demon soldier, the blood-exploding shark. Several young children cried and ran wildly in fear, but they could not outrun the 3rd-level demon soldier rock crab that was constantly chasing behind them. He raised his sharp crab legs and pierced them through and pierced them to the ground. Such situations are common on the edge of Zhongqing City, and more people are fleeing. Thousands of people from the Demon Hunting Association and tens of thousands of military district soldiers went forward one after another to fight on the front line, with countless casualties. The 10 masters of Zhongqing City, the mentors and deans of major key institutions, and all the middle and high-level masters are flying in the air above the sea, dealing with the 5 king-level ocean overlords. However, the difference between the lord level and the venerable level was too great, and they were struggling to survive. They had no time to look behind them, send out rescue, and wait for support from other provinces, and even the top leaders of the Magic City School of Supernatural Powers. Yi Chen looked at all this and closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and soon his eyes became firm. He stepped forward, in the opposite direction of everyone's escape. 10,000 people ran back, and I walked alone. In his hand, there was an extra sword to slay demons. The boundary of the turmoil on the field is very clear. Above Binhai, the battle of the monarch level. In front of Binhai's defense line, the main battlefield of the commander level and the general level. On the edge of Zhongqing City and indoors, the battlefield of the 2 realm and the soldier realm. Ding, turmoil has been detected in Zhongqing City, and the growth task has been issued. Host, help quell this turmoil, kill a monarch level overlord monster, you can get a random devil fruit ×1, a random professional level weapon ×1, a turntable draw, and 10,000 task points. The system issues tasks, and the rewards are extremely generous, but, is killing a monarch-level overlord monster serious? It makes Yi Chen want to complain. That's a battle between high-level people, why would he, a little Kurami, go there to join in the fun? But the task has been issued, and he may try it out with his many means. Even if the system didn't issue this task just now, he would have stepped forward to help. After all, with his strength, he can relieve a lot of pressure. Another point is that killing monsters can explode random equipment. The higher the killing realm, the stronger the equipment level will be. Recycling can be exchanged for task points, which is one of the reasons why Yi Chen took action. He has reasons to take action both publicly and privately, so let him kill. Brother, run quickly, don't take this sword, don't try to be a hero, your life is important. Let them hold it now, we will obey the control and retreat first, don't cause trouble for them. Several big men who were running away saw that Yi Chen was actually going against the flow, and they couldn't help but comfort him, thinking about whether to forcibly pull Yi Chen away. It's been half an autumn since I got the Dao, and I haven't used a flying sword to take the demon's head. My sword is not bad. Yi Chen smiled at the kindness of the big men. Looking ahead, his eyes became colder. He clenched the long sword in his hand, stepped forward, and shouted in a low voice with a thought. Sword. Ah, the demon is coming. This time, Yi Chen did not hide his clumsiness at all. Before, whether it was the college entrance examination in the 3 secret realms of Nankang province or the instructor assessment of Long Academy, no one was worthy of his full effort. At this moment, facing tens of millions of monsters, if you still hide, what else is that but an idiot? Roar, cry, yin. 3 shocking beasts resounded through the sky. 3 huge monsters appeared above the world. A purple-blue thunder dragon flapped its wings behind it, bathing in endless lightning. The world where he was covered with dark clouds, and countless thunders emanated from it, roaring. A huge phoenix bathed in fire occupied a small part of the sky, with terrifying high temperature and scorching heat, and the burning flames dyed the world red. An ice crystal blue phoenix, slightly smaller than the previous 2, raised its head high, and each feather was as cold as ice crystals. As soon as it appeared, the temperature around it dropped suddenly, and the flying snow and frost froze the world. This guy is a beastmaster. He's such a powerful beastmaster. Fortunately, we didn't kidnap him. Otherwise, this battlefield will lose a great helper. With this demonic power and this huge body, this guy is definitely a genius from other provinces or other key universities who came to help. Our Zhongqing city has a glimmer of hope. The people who were running away stopped and looked up at the sky and the 3 huge monsters, with a trace of shock and fear on their faces. But they soon disappeared and looked at Yi Chen, with excitement, gratitude and hope in their eyes. Of course, some brave people who were not afraid of death took out their mobile phones and began to take pictures of the dragons and phoenixes in the sky and the earth, and even took videos to record everything that happened today. By the way, upload it to Moments. Title: Almost killed by the demon tide, fortunately a dragon fell from the sky. The demon tide is coming, and the phoenix falls from the sky. Doing, record the ruined life. 3 palm positions, the palm position of ice, the palm position of fire, and the palm position of thunder, the monsters obey my orders. Counterattack, Qingluan, ice prison cage, trap those who invaded the city and wanted to escape, and kill them all. Phoenix, cross fire pillar, burn these sea beasts. Yinglong, 100 million volt thunder dragon, kill out of Binhai. Yi Chen ordered, like a king sitting in a tent, ordered the thunder dragon to fly down low, jumped on the body of the thunder dragon, and killed it directly. An invisible palm power and beast god power emanated from the 3 of them, like ripples, spreading layer by layer towards the distance. All the monsters and sea beasts that invaded Binhai felt this pressure and were immediately scared to crawl on the ground. Any demon disciple realm, any demon soldier realm, and the 3 realms of low-level demon generals, all the sea beasts that invaded the city, adding up to nearly 1 million, were immediately controlled by the 3 pets. This is absolute deterrence and absolute control. They obeyed the 3 pets of Yi Chen, no longer attacking humans, and destroying everything of Zhongqing. On the contrary, they killed in the opposite direction, and went to fight against the sea monsters that were rushing into Zhongqing city. The same kind killed each other. Roar, roar. Many sea monsters that invaded Zhongqing city were puzzled when they saw this scene, roaring and snarling. This was a language that only sea monsters could understand. It seemed to be saying, why did these traitors betray their own people and kill them? But how could they know that this kind of control power is absolute control, and completely obeys Yi Chen's 3 pets? They didn't give them a chance to think about resistance, even if they didn't want to, so what? That was the power of the beast god, directly controlling their minds. At this moment, these millions of sea beasts were like puppets in Yi Chen's hands. They had to do whatever he told them to do. For a moment, the battlefield became more chaotic. Countless thunder powers, heavenly thunder powers, and lightning transformed from the thunder dragon's body. Thunderbirds or transformed thunder wolves, or giant thunder pythons, indiscriminately bombarded all the sea beasts below. Every time they bombarded, tens of thousands of sea beasts fell, and their number was still increasing. The power of the thunder and lightning was extremely terrifying. Wherever it passed, all the monsters fell, and countless beasts and flesh were blown away. Boom, boom, boom. Countless phoenix fires burned from the body of the phoenix. One after another, huge cross-shaped flame pillars exploded strangely on the field, and the green fireflies accurately assassinated those high-level general-level sea beasts. In the bombardment of green fireflies, hundreds of high-level general-level sea beasts were burned into nothingness each time. Under the indiscriminate burning of the phoenix fire, thousands of sea beasts were burned into jerky by the high temperature. The body of the ice crystal blue Luan exudes an extremely terrifying and huge breath of ice. Wherever the ice and snow pass, the streets are frozen into ice houses, and the whole world seems to have become a world of ice and snow. One by one, ice spikes pierce out from the ground, the streets, the surroundings, and the field, piercing countless general-level high-level sea beasts to death. With only 3 beasts attacking, all the special skills are used, plus the power of the position, and the advantage of nearly 1 million rebellions, the situation on the battlefield in the city has been reversed in an instant. All the many sea beasts that invaded Zhongqing City were killed, and the rest were counter-attacking outside the coastal line. Yi Chen's goal is very clear, that is, to kill all the tens of millions of monsters that invaded Zhongqing City today, and the blood of the monsters will flow like a river. Ding! Kill 1,000 high-level demon generals, and explode 3 SS-level wizard scepters. Ding! Kill 5,000 high-level demon generals, and explode 100 S-level fire swords, ice swords, angry knives, and broad axes. Dot. Ding! Kill 100,000 mid-level demon soldiers, and explode. Ding! Kill the mid-level handsome blood shark beast, and obtain the SSS plus level beast control divine equipment the ring of the beast god. Yi Chen killed the demon beasts at an extremely fast speed and in large numbers, so the equipment that exploded was also full of the screen. But he didn't pay attention to it. When everything was over, he slowly settled the accounts. At this moment, what he wanted was to end this battle as soon as possible. The longer the time dragged on, the more casualties they would have on the human side, not only in Zhongqing City, but also in the members of the Demon Hunting Association who were resisting along the coastal line and on the coastal area. The edge of Zhongqing City today is very spectacular. Under the Thunder Dragon's thunder, it turned into a sea of thunder. Where the thunder passed, countless houses were bombarded into ruins. The phoenix of lustful flames burned indiscriminately, and countless houses turned into a sea of fire, burning continuously. As for the ice crystal blue Luan, it was much better, turning into ice houses one after another, just like works of art. Yi Chen looked down from the thunder dragon, his old face turned red for no reason, and he muttered to himself. I drove away these monsters, killed countless of them, and made great contributions. They can't possibly ask me to pay for these houses. He shook his head and stopped thinking about these funny ideas. He directly killed his way out of Zhongqing City and entered the coastal defense line. At this moment, all the defenders in Zhongqing City and the demon hunters attacked by the sea monsters were a little confused. Just in the blink of an eye, the monsters that fought with them stopped fighting with them and turned to their own kind. The reason made them confused for a while. What's more outrageous is that 3 huge monsters appeared in the sky and earth, a dragon, a phoenix and a blue phoenix. Under the bombardment of the 3 elements of these 3 beasts, the sea monsters were killed and they had nothing to do. One by one, they collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, with a feeling of surviving a disaster in their eyes. If it weren't for Yi Chen's assistant to help, they would have died under the attack of this huge number of monsters. You know, there are only 100,000 demon hunters, and this is the result of all the demon hunters in Zhongqing City being dispatched and other cities constantly rushing in. The number of sea monsters is millions. The number ratio is 10:1, and they are thick-skinned and tough, so they will definitely suffer heavy losses today. Luckily, he is here. If he hadn't taken action, we would all die here. Adjust your state, follow this general, and fight out of the city's defense line together to resist the invasion of sea monsters along the coast. Hundreds of monster hunting leaders gave orders and made on-the-spot decisions. Yi Chen is already charging ahead. With such a powerful genius leading them, what reason do they have not to follow and defend their homes? We are saved. All the monsters in Zhongqing City have retreated, and even followed this guy to kill. Is that the legendary dragon? And the legendary phoenix, who is this guy? He alone has pacified all the monster attacks and sea monster chaos in my Zhongqing City. Quote. A group of fleeing Nanjing citizens stopped and looked into the distance, where there were traces of the battle between the three beasts led by Yi Chen. A building in a sea of fire, a building group blasted into ruins by thunder, and a building group frozen into ice sculptures. 3 places, 3 different appearances, including their houses and residences. All Zhongqing citizens twitched their mouths when they saw this scene, and for a moment they couldn't tell who was the destroyer of this monster invasion war. By the way, I recognize him. I have seen the appearance of that brother on the news. Isn't he the top scholar of our Nankang province, Yi Chen from Zhongqing No. 1 Middle School? It was also on the internet hot search before. It's only been a day since I last saw him, and his strength has been improved again, which is so terrifying. Quote. In the crowd, there were several candidates for the Nanchang Provincial College entrance examination. Their strength was extremely weak, and they were only at the low-level disciple realm. If they went into battle, they would only become dog food for the sea monster, so they also ran away. At this moment, recalling Yi Chen's appearance, they couldn't help but exclaimed. In the secret realm, they also had a few encounters with Yi Chen and witnessed Yi Chen's rise. At that time, the aura of Yi Chen's 3 pets was only at the general level. But now, the aura of the Thunder Dragon is far beyond the general level, and it seems to have reached the commander level. In one day, he broke through another realm. What did this man eat to grow up? His realm is like eating a rocket, rising rapidly. Quote. It turned out that he was the top scholar of my Nankang. No wonder he is so fierce. He will definitely be the leader and pillar of my Nankang province in the future. Hurry up and take a look from a distance. Be sure to record all his heroic appearance today. Quote. Many brave people followed him. Of course, they were the same group who had just taken out their phones to take photos and videos and uploaded them to Moments. Some of the crowd still evacuated in an orderly manner according to the government's requirements and stepped into the teleportation array so as not to cause trouble for the demon hunters. Behind Yi Chen, there were hundreds of thousands of sea monsters and monsters. On his left and right, the ice crystal blue Luan, the fire-bathed phoenix, and the 10,000 thunder dragons soared in the sky together, flew out of Zhongqing City, and came to the coastal defense line. The fighting here was more intense than he had imagined. The corpses of monsters were piled up on the scene, and the blood of monsters and sea monsters had dyed the coastal sands scarlet. Countless corpses of monsters floated on the sea, and even mixed with many corpses of human beings. Brothers, kill, protect Zhongqing. We must not let these beasts completely invade the city. We must strive for more chances of survival and escape for the people of our city, otherwise they will die at the hands of these beasts. More than 1,000 general-level berserkers at the front were hysterical and roared. Holding a shield in his left hand, wielding a heavy sword, axe, spear or long knife in his right hand, his muscles burst out with strength, and his whole body was red. It was not known whether it was the blood flowing from their own bodies or the blood splashed from killing the sea monsters. They killed in the front and resisted the attacks of countless sea monsters. Behind them, elements rose up in the sky, and superpowers continued, as gorgeous as fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. However, compared with the number of sea monsters, the number of people here was too large, and it was not something that Zhongqing City could resist. They could only fight and retreat, unwillingly, but they had no choice. How could the battle on the field be described as tragic? The bloody air was about to condense into substance, the roar of monsters, the shouts and fighting of many human races, the bombardment of countless magics, and the bombardment of supernatural powers were frequent, and the chaos was extremely chaotic. Yi Chen held the 3-tailed emperor fox in his arms. In this short battle, it absorbed countless emotions, such as fear, hatred, unwillingness, grief, sadness, and various negative emotions. The rapid improvement of its realm made Yi Chen amazed. It actually broke through to the 5th-level monster general. The little guy's snow-white body was still furry, and the blue fox eyes looked at the tragic battle below, without any emotional fluctuations and waves, as if the death of these monsters had nothing to do with it. It stretched in Yi Chen's arms and rubbed against Yi Chen's arms. The only one who was worth its attention was Yi Chen. If Yi Chen was in danger, what sea monster, what level, if it spent a certain price to show the emperor body to others, these would all die. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in the eyes of the three-tailed emperor fox. Yi Chen did not notice this. The noise of Yi Chen's arrival was too loud, and it was hard for people not to notice it. But the battle on the field was too intense, and there was no way to distract. The number of monsters here crushed them. As long as they paid a little attention, they would be ambushed to death by countless sea monsters. The situation on the field is more serious than I thought. Fortunately, I came today, otherwise I don't know if Zhongqing can resist it. Yi Chen whispered to himself, a complex flashed in his eyes, and he shouted loudly. 3 palm positions, beast god power, enslave millions of monsters. 10,000 thunder spears, phoenix fire, green firefly fire. Ice cage prison. 3 invisible palm positions vibrated from the air, and only the sea monsters and beast masters could sense the terrifying beast god pressure. In an instant, many monsters and sea monsters whose realms had not exceeded the general level crawled on the ground, trembling, and stopped fighting with the human race. Thunder dragons, phoenixes, and blue phoenixes flew out at the same time, blooming their own power. Thousands of lightnings turned into lightning spears, falling from the sky and the earth. Densely packed, they accurately pierced through the bodies of one general-level sea monster after another. Countless green fireflies drifted and turned into ice rain. Flames were mixed with ice, and ice carried lightning. The 3 together accurately covered tens of thousands of general-level sea monsters. Boom, boom, boom. In a few breaths, countless sea monsters died. Taking advantage of the fact that many sea monsters were crawling, the berserkers who were resisting had a moment of respite. With fierce eyes, they swung their weapons and cut the heads and bodies of these sea monsters in front of them in half. Since the degree of concentration of the defending human race and sea monsters along the coastal line is too dense, even if Yi Chen wants to release a large area of group attack damage, the ultimate move will also cover the human race. At that time, it is not just the sea monsters that have fallen, but all the defending monster masters will die, and he does not want to see this scene. Therefore, he had to settle for the second best, reducing the elemental damage and obtaining a more accurate single kill. On the coastal sandy land, nearly 2 million monsters, millions of soldiers, hundreds of thousands of generals, tens of thousands of generals, blood sharks, blood crabs, killer squids, man-eating pigs and other monsters gradually calmed down. However, these are only the monsters that landed on the beach, not counting the sandy land bordering the ocean. Under the seabed, above the ocean, there are nearly 6 million monsters floating densely. This is the most terrifying place. If these monsters are not killed, these attacks will only be endless. In addition, the human race's lord-level fighters in the ocean are fighting with 5 monarch-level ocean overlords, so either they have to wait until the human race's support arrives and helpers from other cities come to help, or they can fight quickly and kill them all. A ray of blue lightning flashed in Yi Chen's eyes, and he already had an idea. Seawater is conductive, and after Xiao Lei reached the general level, he had his own lightning strike 300 million volts of divine meteorite. Then, he will bombard all the monsters in the sea at that time. Even if he can't kill all of them, he can kill half of them. Such a big move can only throw a few more. As for carrying these controlled monsters by his side, he has never thought about it. These sea monsters have eaten people. He brought them by his side, and he was panicked. He must kill them all. At this moment, forcibly controlling them and killing these monsters is to let them kill each other. It is just a stopgap measure. Boom, boom, boom. The battle on the field was intensifying. More than 1.5 million sea monsters controlled by Yi Chen rushed to the ocean and fought with the marine beasts that were about to land and had not yet emerged from the sea. Now, due to Yi Chen's appearance and absolute control of the monsters, the human defense line had enough breathing space. One by one, they turned their heads and looked at Yi Chen in the sky and the 3 powerful and terrifying beasts in front of them, their eyes full of respect and gratitude. This Beastmaster is no different from the king of Beastmasters in Daxia, but he can actually control the millions of sea monsters that invaded Zhongqing City. And he actually has 3 such powerful beasts, all of which are SSS level. The dragon, the phoenix, and this crystal-colored beast seem to be the Qingluan recorded in the legend. Any one of them is unique in Daxia. I didn't expect that I would be lucky enough to see them all gathered in one person today. The first to recognize the three beasts beside Yi Chen were naturally the Beastmasters in the Monster Hunting Association. They could clearly feel how terrifying the threat of Yi Chen's three pets was. Especially the power of the Beast God, and the power of control. The Beastmasters who possessed the power of thunder, fire, and ice elements almost knelt down to worship when they felt the power of the three. It even seemed that as long as Yi Chen was willing, he could deprive them of their control over the beasts with a single thought, and let their people's beasts become Yi Chen's pets. This face is his. He is the top scholar in Nankang province. In the three secret realms, he swept through everything with these three beasts. I didn't expect that he would come to help me, Zhang Qing, to resist the invasion of sea monsters after only disappearing for a day. He is worthy of being my Zhang Qing's good son. With such a great man, my Zhang Qing will surely prosper in the future. Many members of Zhang Qing's Monster Hunting Association have seen yesterday's news and recognized Yi Chen. After all, his appearance went viral on the internet, and now that they are face to face at such a close distance, it is hard not to recognize him. Among the many monster hunting teams, there are also people that Yi Chen is familiar with. For example, Shen Gao, who tricked him into the military district, and the examiners who were in charge of the examination that day, as well as more than 100 general-level formation masters from other key institutions in Zhongqing City. Yi Chen looked at Shen Gao and Shen Gao and others also looked at Yi Chen. They looked at each other, and Yi Chen nodded to them, which was considered a greeting. Where did the chief take him? He went to the secret realm of time to practice in one day. How did he break through from the general level to the commander level in a flash? It's not that fast even if I eat a rocket. Seeing that the person coming was Yi Chen, Shen Gao was naturally familiar with these three beasts. After all, he personally witnessed Yi Chen's rise that day. But his realm was not so high yesterday. How did he suddenly jump up? You know, he was trapped at the general level, but he didn't rise for 10 years. This kid is so good, he was promoted in a blink of an eye. Even with Shen Gao's intelligence, he was a little indignant at this moment, secretly saying that the heaven is unfair. What kind of divine power does this kid have? If he wants to reversely control many low-level monsters, and he is at the general level, then it means that his spiritual power must be at least at the king level. But his realm is only at the commander level. How did he do it? It's really strange. Could it be that the leader anticipated the situation today, so he took him away and gave him some supreme artifact? The people from the military region and the teachers of the key institutions speculated and were very puzzled. Yi Chen naturally didn't know what everyone was thinking. He watched the battle below. Millions of sea monsters were ready to kill in the ocean. Boss, we are here to help. Boss, I didn't expect that after the college entrance examination, you are so brave after not seeing you for a day. You are worthy of being the boss we recognize. Just when Yi Chen was about to do something, thousands of figures rushed out from Zhongqing City. Although their realms were not high, most of them were only at the disciple realm or even at the low-level soldier realm, they still rushed to Zhongqing without hesitation to help resist the monster tide. More importantly, they wanted to see Yi Chen's heroic figure. Boss. Yi Chen turned around in surprise and looked at the edge of Zhongqing City and the border of the coastal defense line. When he saw the newcomer, his mouth twitched and his face suddenly darkened. Aren't those who called him boss the younger brothers who recognized him as their big brother in the three secret realms? He didn't expect these people to come to help today. The main reason was that their realms were really low. It was okay to help in Zhongqing City, but once they left the city and came to the coastal defense line, they could only become food for monsters. But they really did it and rushed out directly. Aren't they afraid of death? However, Yi Chen didn't say anything about this. He nodded to everyone, turned around, turned his back to everyone, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. For these strangers who he had only met a few times and regarded as future passers-by, he now had a sense of peace in his heart. Thousands of people came here without fear of life and death, which was enough to explain everything. No need to say too much. Now, it's time to do some serious work. It's time to kill the monster, and then kill the monarch level overlord. The boss nodded to us. What does that mean? Does it mean that we are here to help today? Sure enough, it's right to come here today to admire the boss's heroic figure. I originally wanted to support Zhongqing City, but who knew that the boss would solve all the problems by himself? The younger brothers who recognized Yi Chen as their big brother were very puzzled by Yi Chen's nod just now. They were confused and their little heads were full of doubts. You are stupid, it must be that the boss affirmed our behavior. In ancient times, there was a 1,000-mile journey alone, and now we have a 1,000-mile journey to recognize the boss. The leading low-level soldier students spoke up, and they were very proud of this. Is it shameful to recognize a dragon-type or phoenix-type beastmaster as the boss? No, they are proud of it. It's obvious that Yi Chen will definitely be a giant in Daxia in the future. If he doesn't try to build a relationship with him now, when will he do so? As for the fact that they took various means of transportation to Zhongqing City, their main purpose was to admire Yi Chen's demeanor. It just happened that they ran into this monster tide and wanted to help. In addition, they were young and full of enthusiasm, so they were fearless. They originally wanted to kill some monsters, but who knew that they were killed by Yi Chen alone? In Zhongqing City, they learned about Yi Chen's heroic deeds from the citizens who fled. They also saw the video of Yi Chen driving the 3 beasts, killing countless monsters invading the city, and controlling millions of sea beasts from dozens of brave brothers. Oh, by the way, those daring brothers are following behind them now, and they are still holding their mobile phones, taking videos and uploading them to Moments. At this moment, Yi Chen naturally didn't know what his brothers were thinking, nor did he know what the monster hunters on the field were doing. He stood alone on the back of the thunder dragon between heaven and earth. His voice was loud, resounding through the clouds, and echoing along the entire coastal area. Everyone, withdraw from the coastal line and quickly retreat to Zhongqing's room. Next, I will use the thunder and lightning power of the thunder dragon, the power of the Blue Luan Ice Peak, and the Phoenix Sea of Fire to kill the monsters invading the ocean. It is difficult for me to display my power here. Please bring back the bodies and bones of the martyrs of our human race who died in this battle. Do not let them be exposed in the wilderness. Bury them in the cemetery so that they can rest in peace after death. Yi Chen's voice was full of energy, and he shouted with all his strength. Fortunately, his physical strength had been tempered by the thunder, fire and ice elements before, so his voice could be transmitted more widely, more loudly and loudly. This last sentence made Yi Chen's pattern even higher, which attracted endless praise from Shengao and other military districts. This boy has already been a general. If he does not die in the future, he will definitely be a giant of our great Shah, and even the leader of the entire Blue Star. Quote. His pattern is far beyond ordinary people. Quote. Listening to what Yi Chen said, the generals of the military region couldn't help but feel that they didn't expect Yi Chen to add such a sentence. They had tried this several hundred years ago, but the number of casualties was too large and they couldn't take care of it at all. People die every day. If all of them were piled up in the cemetery would have exploded long ago. I can't wait for his mind and pattern. Shen Gao said this softly, with a sigh from the bottom of his heart. When the younger brothers heard what Yi Chen said, they didn't hesitate at all and were very decisive. They looked at their positions, blinked, and retreated 100 meters. They had just come to the edge of the city from Zhongqing City, just to witness Yi Chen's heroic figure, but they didn't expect to be driven back by their boss. They also knew that their combat power was too weak and they would only be a burden here, so they just watched quietly from the side. I feel that the boss is going to start showing off again, and this show will be very grand. Quote. I feel the same way. After the boss has finished showing off, he will definitely show off more. He will not be satisfied with this. There is a high probability that he will rush into the open sea. Quote. Maybe, it is possible that he will participate in the battle of the venerable level. Quote. Several younger brothers shook their heads and stroked their smooth chins without beards with their right hands. They looked mysterious, like charlatans. Everyone on the field was stunned for a few seconds. Several captains of the teams of the Monster Hunter Association, the vice president of the association, the elders, and the senior officials directly ordered to do as Yi Chen said. He was the one who turned the situation on the field around. It was right to listen to him. Qian team, retreat to the city and quickly lift the bodies of the dead in our team. Ice Peak team, retreat to the city and assist the injured. The 7th column of the 3 armies, retreat to the city and bring back the bodies of the dead. The 10th column of the 7 armies, retreat to the city and assist the 3rd team in transporting the bodies back. All members of the Monster Hunter Association, retreat to the city. All the instructors of Kijang Academy, retreat to the city. In a very short time, all the commanders gave orders one after another, extremely quickly, without any dragging their feet. The people behind him retreated from the coastal beach like a tide, leaving only the millions of sea monsters and monsters controlled by Yi Chen, as well as the corpses of countless monsters. Yi Chen saw that everyone had evacuated safely, and there was no more emotion in his eyes. It was dead silent, as if it was an endless abyss, and he whispered, "I don't know whose children, husbands, and fathers you are, but at this moment you died in the protection of Daxia, and I admire you. My fellow brothers and sisters, whether in China or on this blue planet, since we are human beings, it is impossible for us to see our fellows die in vain and their bodies spread out in the wild. Today you are Zhongqing for me, and you will definitely get a long sleep after death." Yi Chen exhaled lightly and closed his eyes. The only pity is that he has not fed the shadow fruit to any monster at this moment, otherwise, he will definitely be able to cut off the shadows of these dead people and let them continue to live in the world in another way. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly opened, his eyes condensed, and he shouted, "Xiao Lei, destroy them all. Kill all the sea monsters, the sword on the waist is bloody. 300 million volts, God's meteorite. Sing." As Yi Chen gave the order, Xiao Lei flapped his wings fiercely, took Yi Chen up to the sky, and hid in the clouds. The whole world was suddenly covered with endless black clouds. The area around the Zhongqing coastal sand defense line seemed to be trapped in an endless night, with no light, no thunder dragon, and no Yi Chen. On the sky, there were only two huge divine birds, the fire phoenix and the ice crystal blue Luan. They also looked up, looking at the endless black clouds of the world, waiting for something. Their realm is only at the general level, and their combat power is definitely not as strong as Wan Lei Yinglong. Boom! A terrifying thunder exploded from the endless black clouds, like the first thunder in a spring night, opening up the eternal light. Boom! 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 Then several thunders sounded at the same time, each one like a drum, shaking the world. Every time it sounded, the whole world would tremble, and everyone's heart would tremble with it. The scene was endlessly depressing, as if it was brewing the arrival of some peerless killing move. Meteorite. A word came from the thundercloud, which seemed to come from the words of heaven, and seemed to be the words of Yi Chen, mixed with the roar of thunder and lightning, and everyone could no longer tell. Boom! 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 The black clouds pressed down on the city, and the thunder destroyed the world and the golden scales opened. Above the sky and the earth, in the black clouds, a dense purple-black sea of thunder tribulation gathered in a radius of 10 miles. One after another, 10-foot-thick lightning fell from the sea of thunder, like a divine punishment. Boom! 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 Every time a lightning flashed, a ray of light would flash in the dark world, and everyone's vision would be temporarily blinded. Every time a divine punishment thunder fell into the sea, it would blast out a huge splash of water, explode a large vortex, and destroy countless monsters hidden in the seabed. In just a blink of an eye, countless sea monsters and monsters appeared on a small piece of ocean, and their blood dyed the sea red. Dozens of thunder tribulation thunders fell on the coastal ocean, and the horizon was like a thunder curtain constructed by thunder, lined up in a row, and countless monsters on the coastal coastline died on it. Nearly 1/4 of the millions of monsters hidden under the ocean have been wiped out, dying under the punishment of God. Roar! 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 The roars of beasts came from under the sea, seeming to be fearful and uneasy. They saw their own kind being bombed into slag and fragments under this terrifying thunder, and they were extremely panicked. The monsters were naturally afraid of death, and they swam towards the depths of the ocean and retreated, not planning to attack the coastal line again. How could they obey the orders of the Monster King than their own lives? At this moment, tens of thousands of huge monsters emerged on the coastline, revealing their original majesty, and fled towards the ocean. This is an A-level, 9th order, handsome bloodhorn whale beast. I didn't expect that there are tens of thousands of them hidden under the ocean. If they were allowed to attack, their nearly 60-meter-long bodies would crush countless people of our human race. This is a B-level, 9th order, thorny man-eating octopus. Its tentacles are more than 10 meters long, covered with barbs, and its body is 30 meters long. It can easily destroy facilities on land. If they launch a new round of attacks, we will definitely not be able to resist. There are also S-level angry shark swordfish, that is a remnant lanternfish, and an 8-winged toothfish. At the edge of Zhongqing City, everyone stared blankly at the hundreds of thousands of handsome level top monsters that kept fleeing from the coastal ocean, and their legs trembled for no reason. Just seeing this scene, they were a little scared in their hearts, not to mention facing it head-on. Whether they could win or not was a question. They were scared when they watched from a distance, not to mention close range. The original combat power and number gap in this battle were huge. These are the top-level marine mutant monsters. They are coming out in full force. How could they not be shocked? At this moment, they thought that Yi Chen was able to slaughter so many monsters by himself, facing all of them alone, fearless in the face of danger, and commanding everything in an orderly manner, and their admiration for him was even deeper. At this time, there was still no trace of Yi Chen's figure and Wanlei Yinglong's shadow, only the dense and endless black sea of thunder still existed. Punishment. Another voice came from the Sea of Thunder. This time, it was no longer one thunder after another, but the entire 10-mile Sea of Thunder fell together. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the Sea of Thunder fell from the sky and the earth, the whole world was shaken by the terrifying, violent, and destructive thunder. The world was shaking, the ocean was boiling, and countless monsters were afraid and fled to the depths of the ocean without looking back. This scene made everyone tremble with fear and suppressed. Just looking at the Sea of Thunder from a distance, everyone felt their skin tingling and trembling with fear. The speed of the thunder sea falling was extremely fast. In just a few blinks, it had already reached the midair from the highest point of the world, and then quickly fell to the seaside level. The violent thunder blasted away all the corpses of the monsters on the sand. The moment they came into contact with the terrifying high-pressure thunder, they were shattered into endless blood mist by the thunder pressure, and a large pit was blasted out of the coastal sand. Bang! A huge collision sound was heard everywhere, and everyone covered their ears suddenly, and they were deaf for a moment. Sizzle! The moment the seawater came into contact with the thunder, it was all heated to high temperature by the high pressure brought by the thunder, evaporating and boiling. The true appearance of more monsters in the ocean was completely exposed to everyone's vision, but soon they could not see clearly. The dazzling degree of the lightning light was no longer something they could look at directly, so they closed their eyes and covered their ears. Only a few brave and fearless people put their mobile phones there to record everything that happened today. Boom! 10,000 thunders fell into the sea, and countless monsters hidden in the ocean were all evaporated and destroyed under this thunder punishment. Even the beasts that exploded into blood mist were quickly evaporated into nothingness by the high temperature. Seawater conducts electricity, and lightning spreads. On the entire sea surface, in the sea, and under the sea, millions of monsters, regardless of their realm or species, as long as they are not more than the honorable level, even if they are half a step honorable level, they are also killed by the power of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning spread rapidly, and the violent destructive power crushed in an instant, and the light of the robbery thunder mixed with seawater, endlessly evaporating. Boom! On the coastal ocean, a vacuum area was formed where the sea could be seen. In the deep pit, there were no monsters or seawater, only a sunken elliptical stone land covering an area of nearly 10 miles, as if it had been flattened by something. But soon, the surrounding gray, blue and blood-red seawater poured in, surging, and began to fill the seawater in the deep pit. Wah wah wah! Only the sound of the seawater pouring back could be heard on the field, and the scene was terrifyingly quiet. In the void, the Phoenix of Fire and the ice crystal blue Luan were still there. Seeing everything calm down, there was some regret in their eyes. These sea beasts were all violent or mutated rock-attributed monsters. Otherwise, if they were all devoured, their realms would have to be raised by at least several major realms. Okay, there will be plenty of opportunities later. At worst, I can take you, Xiaohuo, to Mount Fuji in the Sakura country, trigger the volcano to erupt, devour the magma and fire-type monsters, and you can also evolve. And Zhao King, aren't the North and South Poles occupied by some polar ice emperor? At that time, with your absolute control over the ice attribute, I will take you there to upgrade and evolve. Yi Chen knew what the two pets were thinking. He felt Guanghua's beardless chin and was already considering the feasibility of these two things. He remembered that there seemed to be an exchange meeting to the Sakura country in the Dragonfault Academy's freshman activities. How about he go there to make some trouble? Forget these thoughts for now, After all, the task given by the system has not been completed yet. Kill the monarch level monster. He felt so annoyed just thinking about it. Everything has been solved on the coastal defense line, and only the monarch level monster is left. I don't know if I can defeat it. I can only pin my hopes on you. Yi Chen was riding on the thunder dragon above the heaven and earth. Seeing that all the sea monsters below were solved, he carefully looked at the SSS level demon slaying sword in his hand. There is a 5% chance of directly killing monsters of any realm, which is simply a magic weapon. Unfortunately, this probability is a bit low. If he can get the lucky fruit later, tamper with his luck, hit every sword, and kill directly with every sword, then he will be invincible. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 30,000 high-level general-level blood-horned whale sharks, and exploding B-level monster eggs, low-level B-level broadswords, mid-level A-level undead bones, and C-level female berserkers arm guards. Exploded SSS-level Poseidon ring, which has a small and boundless ocean world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing countless sea monsters from the disciple realm to the general realm, and obtaining a large number of weapons and equipment, please check them. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast, the three-tailed emperor fox, for swallowing everyone's envy, jealousy, and admiration, and evolving plus 70,000 points, breaking through the 9th level general level. Quote. The system's voice never stopped while he was killing the monsters, and it almost made Yi Chen's head explode. Looking at the golden panel in front of him, most of them were weapons of various professions at B and C levels, and there were all kinds of strange things. For example, the underwear of a female berserker, the skull of a necromancer, the whip of an A-level triangular explosive bull. The only thing that made Yi Chen worried was the previously exposed SSS Beast God Ring, plus this SSS level C God Ring. Beast God Ring contains a world of land, can accommodate hundreds of millions of huge monsters. Closing square bracket. Yi Chen looked at the detailed introduction of the two rings, put on two rings, one gold and one silver, thinking about letting Xiaolei and the others move to another place to live. The beast control space carried by each beastmaster is actually limited. For the three huge beasts, it is inevitable that it will be a bit crowded. It is better to move to the small world in this ring. Anyway, the contract space and the two spaces are interconnected. One-click recycling, all these exploded equipment, A-level recycling into task points, leaving nothing behind. Yi Chen has made a decision. Now he is going to rob and kill the monarch level overlord monster. If he fails, the battle fluctuations will affect him, and his life will be gone. So quickly recycle all the exploded equipment into task points and go to the mall to buy some life-saving items. Recycling. Ding! All B-level weapons are recycled for a total of 6,973 pieces, and 128,037 task points are obtained, which is rounded to 130,000. Quote. In fact, if the host does not kill all these monsters, and leaves their bodies for the system to devour and recycle, he can get another 100,000 task points. Quote. But the host killed them all at once, so he can't get it. Quote. The system was very considerate and rounded up Yi Chen's task points and gave him a few more. But the last words were so heartbreaking that Yi Chen's smile froze before he could be happy. Just now, Xiaolei was so happy with the killing that he forgot this key point. Quote. Yi Chen's face suddenly turned bitter and ugly. But it was done, and there was no way to regret it. Open the mall panel to check the life-saving column, wanting to see what can be directly exchanged for these 130,000 task points. Lord level Guardian Array can withstand any Lord level killing 3 times, priced at 100,000 task points. Emperor level Guardian Array can withstand any Emperor level killing twice, priced at 1 million task points. Pet Beast Venerable Speed Talisman greatly increases the speed of pets, and can barely escape under the Venerable level killing, limited to 10 minutes, priced at 100,000 task points. Yi Chen looked at a lot of defense, speed, and escape-type life-saving items, either too expensive to buy, or too low-level to be useful. After searching for a long time, he fixed his eyes on the speed talisman. The 3 pets all possess the power of the beast god, which can weaken the combat power of any level of monsters by 10%. The sum of the 3 is exactly 30%, isn't it? With a 30% power reduction, plus the increase in speed, they can never hit themselves. They can run away and distance themselves. The long-range OB can cut them once and run away. If the 5% probability of absolute killing can be triggered, the task will be completed. If it can't be killed, then escape far away and find an opportunity to cut them again. If the probability is low, then stack the times. He doesn't believe that he can cut 100 pieces without triggering any one. Thinking of this, Yi Chen spent the 100,000 task points he had finally obtained, and only 30,000 task points were left to buy the speed talisman. With Xiao Lei, Xiao Huo, and Xiao Qing, he disappeared into the sky and flew to the ocean to help the 30 respected strongmen in Zhongqing City. Everyone didn't know that Yi Chen left. They stared at the scene on the field blankly. How could they have thought that the power of that ball of lightning would be so terrifying? There are millions of monsters here, and Yi Chen can solve them all by himself. The sea surface was flattened, and a huge deep space appeared. Is this a dragon beastmaster? He is so powerful that all the beastmasters are excited. Will they be able to reach Yi Chen's level one day? I've decided, since the boss is such a powerful beastmaster, I will become a beastmaster after I break through the general level and change my job. I am determined to become a beastmaster as powerful as the boss. Yes, why didn't I think of it? After entering the academy, I must upgrade well, break through the general level as soon as possible, and change my job to a beastmaster. In this way, we respect the boss as the leader and can cheat under his name. Oh, no, it's to promote the boss's reputation. The younger brother's thinking was very jumpy. They immediately thought of changing their jobs. They howled like wolves and seemed extremely excited. As soon as these words came out, everyone's minds became active. Yes, why didn't they think of changing their jobs? Originally, the whole of Daxia and even Blue Star respected powerful professions such as formation masters, elemental mages or psychics. Few people touched the profession of beastmasters. But now the appearance of Yi Chen completely refreshed the definition of beast control. When others were still contracting ordinary tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves, he had already controlled dragons and phoenixes. Isn't the difference in strength obvious? Moreover, beast masters have strong mental power. When they reach a certain level, their mental power can be manifested, and they have certain mental and spiritual abilities. In addition, beast control means letting their pets fight, and they don't need them to fight. As long as they hide behind their pets and solve everything, they will lie down. You know, the strength of this pet is far beyond that of other professionals of the same level. With this word from Yi Chen, everyone seemed to have opened the door to a new world, and the entire Zhongqing city was even more in a state of job transfer to become a beast master. As for the initiator of this matter, Yi Chen was naturally completely unaware. Don't be afraid, everyone, watch me flatten the demon tide with one sword. Don't be afraid, everyone, watch me settle the world with one demon. Don't be afraid, everyone, watch me suppress all demons with one weapon. In Zhongqing City, 3 figures rose into the air, standing in midair, and rushed towards them. An old man with a white beard flying a sword, a middle-aged man standing on a dragon falcon, and an old man in a military uniform full of murderous aura, holding 2 huge axes in his hands. All 3 of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura of the monarch realm, and behind them, followed tens of thousands of reinforcements from other places. Chapter 41. Chief, these are the tutors and deans of the major key schools in Nankang. The aura of the monarch realm, we greet the 3 monarchs. The people at the border of Zhongqing City felt the overwhelming pressure of the monarch realm, and their eyes suddenly became solemn, but there was no panic or respect, just a little surprise and curiosity. As for gratitude, they didn't see it for the time being. After all, the time they came was too good. They waited until Yi Chen killed all the monsters before they dared to come. If Yi Chen hadn't killed them all in time, I'm afraid they would all be exposed in the wilderness. So, what they admired was only the powerful strength of the 3. On the other hand, if Yi Chen saw the old man in military uniform holding 2 axes among the 3 old men, he would definitely rush forward and pull out his beard. Isn't this man Liu Bei? The old fool who tricked him to Lonk Academy with a teleportation array. The 3 gentlemen nodded indifferently, but soon found something wrong. Didn't they say that the battle along the coastal defense line was very tragic? Why didn't they see any monster corpses? There weren't even any human corpses. If it weren't for the big pit on the sand pit and the bloody smell in the air, they would have doubted whether Zhongqing City had fought a battle. What's going on? Where are the millions of sea beasts? Didn't they say that our human race suffered heavy losses, and nearly 10 million monsters invaded? Why are all the monsters gone, and the monster tide retreated? Liu Bei lowered his head and looked at Shen Gao and others, questioning in his voice. The white-bearded sword master of Tianqing Academy and the middle-aged Yu Jun of Tianbei Academy looked at the sea level in the distance and found something wrong. The sea water there was still flowing back and falling into a huge deep pit. There must have been a fierce battle here before, but there was an absolute kill, which seemed to have killed all the monsters. After all, the two had experienced many battles, and their eyes were so sharp that they saw the key at a glance. Reporting to the chief, Yi Chen just came here, and his realm broke through the Yushui, bringing an SSS-level thunder dragon. Wherever the thunder passed, the monsters were left with no grass and all died. Moreover, he was the one who quelled the monster tide turmoil in Zhongqing City. Not only that, he also worked alone along the coastal defense line and killed all of them. Shen Gao saw Liu Bei asking, his body trembled, and without any hesitation, he revealed everything he knew. Yi Chen, general level. His thunder dragon killed nearly 10 million monsters. How is that possible? Even if it is an SSS-level thunder dragon, it is impossible to kill such a huge monster in one breath. Who do you think he is? Yu Jun. Liu Bei was not surprised by Yi Chen's arrival. He had just received a notice from other deans of Long Academy that his trap was successful and sent Yi Chen to Long Academy. Then Yi Chen came back on the teleportation array, but when he came back, wasn't his realm only at the general level? How did he break through to the general level? It's unscientific. And he killed 10 million monsters with one dragon. What do you think this is, a movie? Is your sister Wang coming back? The other two monarch-level bosses also didn't believe it. They all looked at Shen Gao with scrutiny in their eyes. The people who came to rescue from all over the country were also like this. Among them, there were many Yushui realm, and there was also an SS-level dragon beastmaster. He believed that he could fight against 10,000 of the same level dragon beastmaster. Fight against 10 million. He absolutely didn't believe it. Of course I dare not lie to the chief. If you don't believe it, please watch the VCR. Facing the scrutiny of the three monarch-level masters, Shen Gao's forehead was covered with cold sweat in an instant. He quickly snatched the mobile phones of several people beside him and took out the video he had just shot. The three came to Shen Gao, and the three old men were facing each other, huddled together, staring at the screen on the mobile phone. In the video, isn't it Yi Chen's heroic figure who pushed all the way from Zhongqing City to the coastal line? The fire phoenix killed the monster, the blue phoenix froze, and the thunder dragon killed everything. Killing from the inside to the outside, leading nearly 2 million monsters to kill each other, all were the work of Yi Chen alone. Really handsome. Liu Bei took a breath of cold air, wondering if he had fooled such a monster. How can a mere handsome realm control millions of monsters? Will his mental power and soul power not be blown up and turn into dementia? And the power of the 10-mile sea of thunder is like destroying the world. Why does this dragon have wings? Why does it look so much like the Yinglong in the legend of Daxia? The three were shocked, racking their brains but couldn't figure out why such an outrageous thing happened. This is no longer a monster, this is extremely perverted. How can there be such a pervert? I understand. Legend has it that beastmasters have a supreme king body, the demon king emperor body, which can control all demons and beasts and make them submit unconditionally. When he was extremely weak, he could actually contract 3 SSS beasts. Now he can control many sea monsters and sea beasts. It must be because of this reason. Such a talent must be admitted to my Tianbei Academy at all costs. The middle-aged man standing on the dragon falcon thought of this possibility, and his eyes suddenly shone with thousands of brilliance. He was extremely excited and couldn't help but shouting. This kind of perversion is really useful in today's world where all places are invaded by demon tides. Reverse control of demon beasts, let them kill each other, isn't this what is used today? Demon King Emperor body, special physique. Yes, why didn't I think of it before? Fortunately, I am smart and tricked him into Long Academy a long time ago, otherwise the loss would be great. Quote. Liu Bei heard Yu Jun's low roar, with a smile in his eyes, and felt very accomplished. Oh no, now I don't see him, he must have gone to the distant sea. That was a battle of the monarch level. Even if he has an emperor body, he can't deal with it now. Don't do stupid things. Yi Chen's figure was not seen on the field for a long time. The three of them suddenly thought of something. Their eyes focused, without any hesitation, they immediately turned into three streams of light and flew towards the distance to help Yi Chen. At this moment, if the 30 venerable level strongmen who were fighting against 5 monarch level overlord monsters knew, they would definitely be angry and curse. They have been dealing with the 5 sea monster overlords here for a long time. These 3 old guys actually thought of saving Yi Chen instead of them at the first time. Yi Chen, I have 3 SSS level beasts, and there will be more in the future. When I was in the general realm, I killed millions of monsters and quelled the sea monsters. Now I come to help you. I am invincible below the general realm, and I will exchange 1 for 1 above the venerable realm. Quote, the most important thing is that I'm dead. Just tell me whether you should save me or not. At this time, Yi Chen didn't know that 3 old guys were coming behind him. His mind was full of specific matters about killing the monarch level overlord. Even if he knew, no one could stop him from killing the monarch level overlord. He spent 100,000 task points to buy this. In order to complete the task, he also fought hard. Riding on Yinglong, Yi Chen looked towards the distant sea. At this time, he had left the coastal defense line and could not see the scenery of Zhongqing City at all. He was outside the near sea. In the ocean, an extremely dangerous battle between the monarch-level overlords was erupting. 20 sky fiery eagles were located in the 4 directions of heaven and earth, with 20 Zun-level strongmen standing on their backs. The terrifying power of the 5 elements and the strange power of the supernatural power were killing the 3 huge sea monster monarch-level overlords below. Boom! I don't know how many elemental spells bombarded the armor surface of the huge black monster, but did not cause any injuries. A 60-meter-long, hard black shell covered all over, its body is covered with black poisonous thorns, and its flesh is hidden under the black armor. Level the 3rd of June Realm, Ocean Overlord Class Monster, Poison Armor Yin Clam. The picture is for reference only. The other 2 are even more terrifying, a huge man-eating fish with a mouth full of sharp teeth, 50 meters long, with a light on its head, exuding a confusing power all the time. If one is not careful, he will be bewitched by the power of this confusing light, and his mind will be temporarily taken away and swallowed by it. Level the 5th of June Realm Overlord, Prisoner Light Man-Eating Fish. The creature on the other side is like a huge algae mass gathered by a mess of seaweed, with a radius of 25 meters. The picture is for reference only. Countless seaweeds blasted from it to various magics and supernatural powers in the sky, flying swords, and easily resisted the killing moves of a group of mages and masters of the realm. In the depths of the seaweed, a dark light flickered. That was its core. As long as the core was not destroyed, it would be immortal. Boom! 20 masters of the realm fought against 3 masters of the ocean. It was obvious that the human race took the initiative and kept blasting back and forth. But everyone knew that the initiative of this battle was always in the hands of the monsters. They were restricted by their professions, and the combat power they could exert was not high. In addition, there were 2 military monsters hiding in the dark, which made them dare not release their big moves. In the battle at sea, close combat divisions like berserkers had no foothold at sea, and could not fly, so they could not exert their maximum combat power. There were also formation divisions. Except for a very small number of special formation divisions who could arrange formations at sea, basically no one could arrange formations at sea. Therefore, the limitations of sea battles are great. Except for those who can attack from a distance, the combat effectiveness of melee professions is only 1/10 of that. Beastmasters, except for those whose pets can fly and swim, are basically useless in sea battles. The other 10 people flew swords in the sky, controlling the hundreds of flying swords on their backs, patrolling back and forth on the sea, looking for the 2 lurking sea monster overlords. The concealment function of this Junjing Tianqianlong shark is difficult to detect for non-Junjing. If it suddenly attacks from behind, we will definitely die. And that agate Zongjun, its tentacles are full of poison. If we are not careful, we will die here. It just so happens that these 2 Junjing monsters are both high level. If they attack by surprise, none of us can resist. The 10 powerful masters of the venerable realm cursed inwardly, their minds tense, not daring to relax a bit, fearing to make a mistake, otherwise all of their lives would be lost. The situation on both sides was deadlocked, and no one could do anything to anyone else. The 5 Lord Realm Ocean Overlords on the monster side, strangely, did not make any moves, and the human race could not do anything to them, and could only wait for the arrival of rescue. At this time, in the distant sea, a huge thunder dragon flapped its wings and rushed towards everyone. Could this person say that it was my human race who came to help? It seems to be dragon breath. Yes, it must be my human race Lord Realm Strongman who came. Quote. The 30 powerful masters of the venerable realm immediately sensed the beast-controlling aura on Yi Chen and the dragon-type divine beast aura on Thunder Dragon, and their faces lit up with hope. Still not distracted, the power in their hands continued to gather, and they blasted towards the 3 ocean overlords below. The pitch-black seaweed entangled the flying swords, imprisoning them in the air, limiting the sword master's flying swords to kill the enemy. The poisonous armored clam beast acted as a meat shield in front of the human formation master, the supernatural master, and the law master. And the prisoner lamp man-eating fish did not move at all, and was on the sea level, as if it was asleep. Only the huge light in front of it emitted a weak light all the time. Is this the power of the monarch level? This body is more than half the size of Shaolei. There seems to be something wrong with this scene. The lanternfish is emitting a confusing force. The 30 powerful men of our human race seem to be about to fall into an illusion. Yi Chen rode on the Thunder Dragon, looking at the battle in the distance from afar. He seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes suddenly focused. The confusing force emitted by the lanternfish was aimed at the 10 sword masters who were preparing to sneak attack the 2 hidden monarch sea beasts and kill them with one blow. Yi Chen secretly thought it was not good. He saw that the eyes of the 10 sword masters had been staring at a certain direction from the beginning. Although their minds were tense, their eyes gradually became scattered. The speed of the flying swords commanded by their minds kept slowing down, like a fly, flying aimlessly on the sea. Shaolei, quickly attack the water surface below, use the seawater as a medium, conduct the power of lightning, and force the 2 monarch monsters under the sea out. 100 million volts, thunder meteorite. Yi Chen gave the order without any intention of holding back. He directly took out the speed talisman that he had just exchanged from the system and stuck it on Shaolei's body. In an instant, his speed was qualitatively improved, much faster than before. Shaolei and Yi Chen turned into a flash of lightning and killed everyone around them, only a kilometer away from the 30 human race warriors. A purple-black lightning bolt nearly 10 feet thick brewed from the mouth of the Thunder Dragon. It roared violently under the sea, spitting out endless purple thunder, with a terrifying, violent, and destructive high pressure, and slammed into the sea level. Boom! The lightning sank into the sea, and the purple-black lightning quickly spread out in the sea. The purple-black lightning power continued to conduct, exploring under the ocean, exploring in all directions, and killing the 2 monsters hiding in the depths. Roar! The 2 were hit by the power of lightning, and they couldn't help but roared in pain, and appeared from the ocean. They had to float to the surface of the sea and gave up the plan they had just prepared to sneak attack. On the sea, a huge agate octopus and a black shark with fangs and saw teeth were lying on one side of the sea. Looking closely at this position, isn't it just below the 10 sword masters on the sky? As long as they relax their minds a little, these 2 monarchs will jump out of the sea, either swallowing them into their mouths or tying them up and stabbing them to death with the poisonous stings on the octopus tentacles. It was Yi Chen's thunderous sound that brought the minds of the 30 human race strongmen back to reality. Everyone reacted suddenly. Cold sweat kept coming out of their foreheads, there was fear and palpitations in their eyes, and their hearts were beating fast. Just now, their minds were actually scattered for a moment, and their thinking and action abilities were further slowed down, but they didn't even notice it. Sure enough, that was the power of the Monarch Ocean Overlord, and it even had control skills. 30 human race strongmen couldn't help but stare at the huge lantern man-eating fish. After a while, Yi Chen rode the Thunder Dragon to the side of the 30 people. The huge Thunder Dragon flapped its wings and was extremely majestic. It was indeed slightly larger than the 5 Jun Realm Overlords above and below. But the Thunder Dragon was not afraid at all. The pride of the dragon race was there, and the blood of the dragon race was there. It exhaled a hot dragon breath from its nose, and its pupils were full of disdain. It looked like it was saying, when I reach the same level as them, I will do them in a minute. Ha, isn't he a Yujun strongman of my human race, but just a handsome realm? Nonsense, what are you doing here in a handsome realm? Go back and get help. Young man, you have great potential and a bright future. Don't delay your future and come here to die. The 30 people were originally full of hope and joy on their faces, looking forward to the help of the human race Jun realm strongman, but they didn't expect that the one who came was a little kid, who was only in the handsome realm. Although they were amazed at Yi Chen's potential as a dragon beastmaster, they couldn't let Yi Chen die in vain again. Everyone hurriedly persuaded and shouted, ready to persuade Yi Chen to go back and stop making trouble here. Yi Chen naturally knew the good intentions of the crowd, curled his lips and muttered, if I hadn't come to help, you would have died long ago. I'm here to complete the mission. If you are all swallowed by these 3 monsters, I will be fine. Yi Chen glanced at the 5 huge monarch beasts below, and the 5 beasts were also looking at Yi Chen, to be precise, the thunder dragon under Yi Chen. Although their realm was 2 mirrors higher than the thunder dragon, the aura and suppression in the blood actually made them a little palpitating. The strength of themselves and others was inexplicably suppressed by 10%, which made them very puzzled, and their big beast pupils were full of great doubts. This seaweed is a warrior, this clam is a tank, this shark is an assassin, this octopus has many tentacles, it is a shooter at first glance, then this lanternfish is a mage. The bird thief first captures the king, kills the shooter and the mage first in a group fight. But this one has control skills, so I must kill him first. Yi Chen's eyes quickly fixed on the huge lanternfish, with an idea in his eyes, gently patting Xiao Lei's back, with a demon-slaying sword in his hand, and his eyes were fierce. Watch the sword. Swish. A flash of lightning flashed, and it slashed directly towards the huge lanternfish below. Its speed was so fast that the 30 venerable realm strongmen had not yet reacted. They didn't expect that they had just persuaded him like that, but Yi Chen not only didn't listen, but also rebelled to such an extent, and directly raised the sword to fight. A sword light flashed across the field, and the demon-slaying sword just fell on the huge lanternfish. But the level and sharpness of this hilt only scratched a thin shallow mark on his fish scales. Roar! At this moment, the huge lanternfish was angry, and the huge lantern on its forehead burst into dazzling light, and a strong mental power swept over Yi Chen's body. Boom! A terrifying mental power invaded Yi Chen's mind. With just this one blow, if any powerful monarch was hit by such a close-range burst output, he would definitely become demented. But Yi Chen had other special features. It happened that his soul power had been transformed by the system, so this mental power attack was not taken seriously by Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen rode the thunder dragon and retreated to the distance, appearing in a corner of the ocean. It was a pity, and he sighed. It's a pity that this sword didn't kill it in 1 second. The 5% probability of triggering an absolute kill, is this probability still too small? The lantern monster and the tiny fish eyes were puzzled, looking at Yi Chen who was not dead, and didn't understand why Yi Chen was not hurt at all under such a strong mental power. He really couldn't figure it out. What is this speed? Under such a close-range bombardment, there was no damage, and he was able to retreat unscathed. This kid is not simple. Then he must not die here, and he must be covered to escape. The 30 human race strongmen on the field looked at each other, and they had made up their minds. For the Daxia human race, seniors and juniors are natural. For the future of Daxia, Yi Chen must not die here. I don't believe it. If I can't trigger this 5% probability once, I'll do it again, hundreds of times, and still can't trigger it. Xiao Lei's beast god power is only reduced by 10%, and they still have time to react, so I'll suppress you by 20%. Yi Chen's eyes were filled with burning fighting spirit, and with a thought, he released the fire phoenix and the ice crystal blue Luan from the beast god realm. One blue and one red, huge divine birds emerged in the sky. A unique pressure from the fire beast god and the ice beast god spread out, once again weakening the strength of the 5 Jun realm ocean overlords on the field. Kill, Phoenix Fire, Cross Judgment, Ice Crystal Purgatory, Ice Seal 10,000 miles. Yi Chen gave an order, and 2 different powers were blasted out from the 2 divine birds. Led by the ice crystal blue Luan, the blazing cold breath spread out under the ocean, gradually freezing a small square of the ocean. Aiming to completely freeze this ocean and slow down the speed of the 5 Jun realm overlords on the field. In an instant, the ice surface was frozen, and the 5 ocean overlords had a brief pause. But soon, the huge body and terrifying strength smashed the ice surface that trapped them, and they were furious and looked at Yi Chen with murderous intent. They were horrified to find that their strength was suppressed by more than 30%. The human in front of them still had a strange power that they could not resist and fear. This human in front of them must die. Watch the sword. Yi Chen howled again, riding on the thunder dragon and killing down, turning into a lightning, and the speed was even faster, pushing to the extreme. Xiaohuo Zhaoqing was restraining on the sky, and he just kept slashing with the sword. I saw that a lightning flashed in front of the lanternfish again, and slashed its surface with a sword, but unfortunately it still only left a shallow mark. After failing to hit the target with one strike, Yi Chen turned into a lightning light and struck the seaweed. He also stabbed it with a sword, cutting off some of the seaweed on the surface, but did not trigger a direct kill. I don't believe it. Is my luck so bad? Seeing that he failed to attack twice, Yi Chen cursed a few words, and then turned into a lightning light with the thunder dragon, repeatedly jumping across the field, killing the huge shark and octopus. He stabbed them with a sword, but still did not trigger a direct kill. Yi Chen's body movements were very flexible and his speed was very fast. He fought a guerrilla war. After stabbing one, he stabbed another, not giving them a chance to react and give him a chance to kill himself. But it was precisely because of this behavior that the 5 monarch-level monsters were completely angered. Their eyes were scarlet, filled with terrifying hostility. The aura of the monarch realm was completely exuded, and the 5 monarch realm pressures descended, full of bloodthirstiness and killing intent. 30 powerful masters in the realm of honor saw this scene and turned pale. Little ancestor, don't provoke them. We can't beat them. It's bad. I've completely angered these 5 beasts, and it will be difficult to attack them unexpectedly next time. And the time limit of this speed talisman is only 10 minutes, and now 2 minutes have passed. After slashing several times without triggering, Yi Chen saw this scene on the field, and cold sweat immediately flowed down his forehead, and he couldn't help but panic. Even more exaggerated than Yi Chen were the 30 powerful masters on the other side. They just witnessed Yi Chen's death process with their own eyes, holding a small sword in his hand, and each of them hit the Jun realm overlord monster beast. Although the damage was not high, it was extremely insulting. Just think about it, a handsome ant actually dared to take the initiative to chop at them, and left traces of blood on their bodies. Wouldn't this ant be killed and swallowed 100,000 times? And then pull it out and whip the corpse repeatedly. Now, these 5 Jun realm overlord monster beasts are even more angry, not only hating Yi Chen, but also counting them together. At this time, everyone wanted to complain endlessly, cursing in their hearts, as this young generation who is too talented and too perverted coming here to pit them. You are young and energetic, and you have enough speed to cut these 5 Junjing monsters 1 or 2 times, but you should at least leave some damage. No damage, but the provocation value is maxed out. Now, they are not sure whether they can save Yi Chen from the 5 completely enraged Junjing ocean overlords, or even save their own lives. Roar! The 5 ocean monsters roared together, and the lantern on the head of the prison lantern man-eating fish burst out even more, and the surroundings seemed to turn into a spiritual world. The flow speed of the ocean slowed down even more, and the flow speed of the broken ice on the sea level was even slower. Junjing domain cage world. An invisible domain descended from the sky and the earth. The agate octopus's head exuded the light of a gem, and the pus-filled venom on its tentacles shot out like rain, attacking everyone indiscriminately, killing Yi Chen and others. In front of them, there were tens of thousands of dense venoms, coming at them head-on. The dragon shark dived into the seabed, still preparing for a sneak attack. Thousands of thick vines grew out of thin air on the seaweed, and attacked everyone, aiming to trap and strangle them. The countless black armors on the poisonous armored yin clam shot out, turning into dense black needles, and killed behind everyone. At this moment, they were facing a greater crisis. There were vines entangled below, and the spiritual world controlled above. There were venom invasions in front, and dense poison needles in the back, completely surrounding Yi Chen and others. Even if Yi Chen wanted to escape, it was difficult to break free from the killing moves from all directions. The Junjing monsters are really not so easy to kill. I greatly underestimated their abilities. Yi Chen's face changed drastically. He imagined the task of killing the Junjing monsters to be too beautiful. He thought he could kill one and run away to complete the task. But the consequence is that if the 4 monarch-level monsters are angered, the 30 Zun-level strongman on his side will die. Of course, Yi Chen will be fine. After all, he has the life-saving magic skill from the Ice Beast God. Shaolei, 300 million volts Godfall. Yi Chen's eyes were determined, and he quickly asked Shaolei to use his big move. This time he used all his strength without much reservation. First, get through this siege from all sides. Boom. Above the sky, dark clouds rose, and the terrifying 10-mile sea of thunder reappeared. However, this time Yi Chen and the Thunder Dragon did not disappear. The 10-foot sea of thunder fell straight down, blasting a hole in the spiritual prison world above. It was also at this opportunity that Yi Chen turned his head and shouted to everyone, "Run towards that hole." After saying that, Yi Chen took the lead and turned into a flash of lightning and walked out. Then, the 30 powerful men of the human race dared not hesitate at all, and flew away with all their might. In addition to the spiritual world in the sky, which had no absolute killing power, the vines below, the stings, and the venom, as long as they touched their bodies, they would be finished. This is the killing move of the ocean overlord of the monarch realm. 20 sky eagles flapped their wings quickly. They could already feel the killing intent of sea buckthorn from all directions. They were also afraid of death. Not to mention the 10 sword masters, they used the fastest flying speed in their lives and rushed out. A group of 30 people were at a higher place in the world, with fear in their eyes. But everyone was worried. They could dodge this attack, but what about later? How should they resist the 5 overlords before? They didn't get angry before, so they didn't play seriously. They could still deal with it. It was a bit difficult to resist a blow at this moment. This was the gap between a great realm. Even the strongest life skill of Thunder Dragon can only open a hole in that spiritual realm. It is definitely not a problem to kill the enemy by crossing a major realm, but it is a bit difficult to cross these 2 major realms with the power of the realm. The evolution fruit given by Tongzi is not very good. I saw that the protagonist of the previous novel crossed more than a dozen major realms to kill the enemy. Why can my pet only cross a major realm? Yi Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart, but it was just a complaint. Today's luck is a bit bad. If the elemental attributes of these 5 army monsters are ice, fire and thunder, none of them can kill him, and there is nothing he can do about him. It's a pity that the attributes of these 5 are different, and he has no way. Please stop complaining about the evolution fruit produced by the system. The evolution devil fruit is not powerful in the early stage. In the middle and late stages, the realm that can be crossed will be greatly improved as the blood of the host pet is improved. The system detected Yi Chen's words in his heart and couldn't help but answer quickly. Yi Chen smiled and thought of something again. He had an idea, and a trace of pain flashed across his face. Tongzi, recycle all the A-level equipment into mission points with 1 click, and be quick. In order to save his life, or even help these 30 people, or let them retreat directly, it is time to sell the remaining A-level equipment, buy a large teleportation array, and bring all 30 people back. Ding, the host has successfully recovered, and rounded up to get 300,000 mission points. The host's situation is detected to be critical, and the system has launched a life-saving gift package for the host, a random teleportation card plus a substitute death blow plus a probability increase of 50% card, only 500,000 mission points. Opportunities are rare, do you want to buy it? The voice of the system sounded in his mind, and it calculated everything for Yi Chen very considerately. The contents of this gift package made Yi Chen excited. But the problem is that Yi Chen only has 300,000 mission points, plus the ones that he had not used up before. It is 20,000 at most, a total of 320,000. Where can he get the extra 180,000 mission points? Sell the devil evolution fruit. But this is not enough. If the host doesn't have enough mission points, you can take out a loan. The system can lend the host 200,000 mission points. At that time, the host only needs to return 250,000 mission points to the system. Host, think about it. Not only can you solve the current situation, but you may also have a chance to kill one of the monsters in front of you in 1 blow. Isn't it a big profit? The system's voice was half deceiving and half persuading. Yi Chen was also very excited when he heard it. He almost agreed without any hesitation. But then he thought, that's not right. He ran away. What about these 30 people? Won't they die in the mouth of the monster? Although he betrayed his teammates, he was unscrupulous and black-hearted, but at least they kindly reminded him to go back before. He couldn't repay kindness with betrayal. At this time, 3 figures were galloping over 10,000 meters away from the crowd, looking anxious, fearing that something might happen to Yi Chen. That little guy must not get into trouble. That's the future of my dragon fault. Liu Beixian was the most anxious, stepping on a giant axe that was constantly spewing fire, increasing his speed to the extreme. What are these 3 auras? Yi Chen sensed from afar that there were 3 extremely terrifying auras in the distance, rushing towards him. He was very familiar with one of the owners of these 3 auras. Wasn't he the old man Liu Bei who had cheated him? But the 3 of them were genuine Jun realm. With these 3 people, the safety of the 30 Zun realm strongmen on his side should be guaranteed. By then, if he killed another Jun realm monster, even if he couldn't beat 4 vs 3, he could always run away. Originally, Yi Chen was still tangled, but his uneasy heart had completely settled down at this moment. He had no hesitation and his eyes were firm. Tongzi, directly lend 200,000 yuan, and I will pay you 250,000 yuan at that time. Buy the gift package in one go. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the linkage gift package. The host owes the system 250,000 yuan. The timid will starve to death, and the bold will die of gluttony. Let's do it. Yi Chen turned his head suddenly and looked at the huge lantern fish with a resolute look. This monster mage with control skills must be killed by him, otherwise it will be disadvantageous for them to fight in a group. In an instant, the hit talisman was used, and he rushed out without any hesitation. Yi Chen understood the intention of the system. The substitution attack and random teleportation in this gift package were linked to the 4 monsters in the monarch realm. After he killed a monarch realm monster, the 4 monarch realm monsters would definitely be furious and kill him. At that speed, it would be absolutely difficult for him to escape. Even with 30% of the strength suppression and Shaolei's speed. After the monsters went crazy, their combat power would be greatly improved. At that time, he would bear the attack hard and use this random teleportation to escape to another place, and the task would be completed. Kill. Yi Chen gently patted Wan Lei's Yinglong's back, and in an instant, the 2 turned into a stream of light and killed out, holding the demon-slaying sword in their hands, aiming directly at the huge lantern fish. This kid still dares to come up, is he crazy? Come back quickly, what can you do with your own strength, don't go to die. These 5 monarch-level monsters are in a rage, come back quickly. When the 30 people saw Yi Chen turned into a lightning and continued to go up, their souls were almost scared out of their wits, and their eyeballs bulged violently. The speed of this lightning was extremely fast, and Yi Chen pushed it to the extreme. Shaolei also understood Yi Chen's determination to attack, squeezed the last strength of his body, and turned into a light of speed, in order to catch it off guard. In a flash, a purple-black lightning flashed in front of the lantern giant fish. Yi Chen held the demon-slaying sword in his right hand, his eyes were fierce and full of hostility, and he slashed down fiercely. This attack had a 55% chance of killing directly, and if it failed, it would be a human. Even if he failed, he had to flee far away, using the death substitution attack and the random teleportation card. Otherwise, unless he immediately received the attack of the beast god of ice, he would definitely die here. A sword light slashed, and the blade had directly inserted into the body of the lantern giant fish. Send you to death. This sword was different from the previous one. Not only did it pierce the flesh under the scales on the surface of the lantern giant fish, but it also burst out with a terrifying divine breath, invading the flesh of the lantern giant fish, destroying the life of the lantern giant fish. The light of the lantern in front of the head that was constantly glowing gradually dimmed, and the huge pupil turned into a dead ash, losing all vitality. Ding, triggering absolute killing. Ding, congratulations to the host, killing the monarch realm monster, completing the system task, and obtaining a random devil fruit, a random professional weapon ×1, a turntable draw, and 10,000 task points. The system directly issued the task completed by Yi Chen. The aura of the lantern giant fish disappeared, and the four great beasts were stunned for a moment, and then the blood and killing intent on their bodies turned into blood clouds, almost condensing into substance. A great monarch on their side was killed by this ant's sneak attack. How dare he? He killed the lantern giant fish. That's a Jun realm monster. How could he cross two realms and kill a Jun realm monster? What kind of power is that? What kind of mystery is contained in one sword? The 30 human race strongmen were just in endless anger, blaming Yi Chen for not listening. At this moment, their jaws were almost dropped by Yi Chen, and they stared at this scene blankly. The shock that Yi Chen brought to them was incomparable. Soon, they suddenly came back to their senses, their eyes were full of fear, cold sweat kept flowing down their foreheads, and their backs were soaked with sweat. They shouted, "Not good. These four Jun beasts are furious, and we have no power to stop them." 30 people moved together, and at this moment they had no regard for their own danger. They had only one idea, that is, to rush over to save Yi Chen. Even if they died, they had to save Yi Chen. A great Sha Tiansai who could kill Jun realm in the Shuai realm could not just fall in the mouth of a monster. But how could their speed be faster than these monsters? In particular, the sky dragon shark, which had been lurking under the sea, immediately rushed out from under the sea, opened its fangs and mouth, and pounced on Yi Chen. Bang! The vine beast composed of endless vines directly exploded all the vines on its body and pounced on Yi Chen, covering a large circular vine field within 20 meters around Yi Chen, surrounding Yi Chen inside. Endless venom, thorns and highly poisonous vines slashed at Yi Chen. Surrounded by densely packed, there was no room for escape. Below was the mouth of the giant shark, and the venom on all sides was densely clustered, forming a wall of venom. Its speed was so fast that there was no time to react. In the space inside the ball, the vine had already entangled his left ankle. A venom force came from the vines, constantly invading his body, poisoning him directly to death. Sure enough, after killing some of the monarch beasts, I was greeted by the wrath of the four monarch beasts. It's a mortal move, this weird vine field, and the huge mouth of the blood shark, all kinds of mortal moves. If I don't have a trump card, I will die here. Yi Chen closed his eyes, feeling the continuous loss of vitality in his body, sighed softly, and the feeling of death lingering in his heart did not dissipate for a long time. There was an extra talisman in his hand, and he crushed it suddenly. Bang! The strange power on Yi Chen's body completely disappeared, wiped out by the power of death, and there was another teleportation array in his hand, which teleported Yi Chen to an unknown place. The Fire Phoenix and Blue Phoenix on the sky were also summoned into the beast control space by him, and their whereabouts were unknown. After completing the system's task, he will find a few monsters and use the remaining devil fruits to expand his beast control army and increase his own abilities. There is also a choice of a pet beast to share the innate magical power, improve his strength, and welcome the enrollment of Lonk Academy in a month. After the task is done, he left, hiding his merit and fame. After killing a monarch-level monster, Yi Chen was still extremely satisfied, although he owed 250,000 task points. Yi Chen himself thought so. But the people outside were furious. "Beast, give me your life." The 30 powerful human beings were almost heartbroken when they saw Yi Chen trapped and killed in the green spherical vine cage. Their eyes were bloodshot, veins on their foreheads and bodies were bulging, and they went to kill the other 4 monarch-level monsters like crazy, regardless of whether they could beat them or not. They only knew that their extremely outstanding descendants were killed by these 4 beasts. Then they must take revenge and let these 4 beasts be buried together. Not only did the 30 people's eyes turn red, but when the 3 people who were rushing over looked at this scene from afar, 3 extremely terrifying monarch realm auras rose into the sky. A body of blood also turned into a blood cloud, condensing into 3 different domains. The sword domain, the spear domain, and the control domain. The auras of the 3 domains are much stronger than the auras of the 4 monarch realm monsters. The 3 figures directly used the most primitive and brutal way to crush and suppress the 4 monarch realm monsters throughout the fight. It is said that on that day, 100,000 flying swords, 100,000 spears, and 5 dragon falcons with monarch realm auras appeared in the sky of the Sea of Clouds. That day, all the sea beasts in the entire distant sea were killed by the 3 monarchs. Regardless of the realm, as long as they were octopuses, sharks, algae monsters, poisonous clams, lanternfish, etc., none survived. And the bodies of the 5 huge monarch realm monsters were dragged into Zhongqing City, their heads were cut off and hung in the center of Zhongqing City. Of course, Yi Chen didn't know about these things at this time, because he found that he seemed to have been teleported to another country. When he came back, he had already gone to Long Academy. When everyone thought he was dead, a statue of Yi Chen was even erected in Zhongqing City, but he suddenly appeared, and the scene was so exciting. Where did this go again? Is the teleportation array on this blue star so unreliable? I crossed several provinces and cities from Zhongqing City before, so where is this place now? Yi Chen looked at the scene around him and couldn't help but be confused. In front of him, a huge red teaching building stood, high in the middle and low on both sides. On the top of the building, an ancient bell hung. Behind this building, there are also many Western-style teaching buildings, and many young men and women are running around in front. The girls are wearing the same uniform, with JK uniforms on the upper body, small skirts on the lower body, over-the-knee socks, waist shoes, revealing pairs of long legs with 8 inwards. Of course, there were both beautiful and ugly people, all of them were talking and laughing, and some of their chats could be heard from afar. Daisy Key, Kimoji. Most of the boys wore white shirts and black pants, with a middle part, and the only thing missing was a pair of suspenders. Yi Chen looked around, turned around blankly, and looked at the big characters on the school gate. Although he didn't know them very well, he could barely see the traces of Chinese characters. It only said, Tokyo University. This fool has come to Sakura country. Yi Chen was shocked, his mouth slightly opened. He didn't expect that this random teleportation array would not teleport to China, but to abroad. It doesn't matter where you teleport to, but you have to teleport to Sakura country. What should he do next? He remembered that after a period of time after the Dragonfall Academy opened, he would go to several supreme academies in Sakura country to exchange ideas, and now he was directly brought here by the system. Why is he always several steps ahead when doing anything? Before joining Dragonfall Academy, he has become an assistant to the military training instructor. Before becoming a newborn in Long Academy, it seems that he is already in the top academy in Sakura country. What if he beats up all these students in advance? He doesn't have a good impression of Xiaoyinghua. Of course, the animation is good, like hydrangea and sunflower are good. Ahem, I got it wrong. At this moment, Yi Chen had other ideas in his mind. He wanted to send his coordinates back to Daxia, use me as the coordinates, fire at me. I got lost in Tokyo, and Daxia needs to send troops to come. Suppressing these unrealistic ideas in his mind, the relationship between Daxia and Sakura country is still harmonious at the moment, at least on the surface. Now he wants to use all 3 fruits on his body, and there is still the random fruit, sharing the ability of a pet. It was too embarrassing to stand there. Yi Chen turned his head and walked towards a bench under a tree. He sat on the bench and opened the golden system panel. Anyway, no one can see it except himself, so he combed it carefully and improved his strength secretly. From before to now, he has accumulated 2 opportunities to draw the wheel. Click the draw module, and a huge golden wheel appears in front of him. Tap your finger twice to draw. The pointer rotates back and forth on the densely packed, nearly 1,000 business grids, and finally slowly falls on the 2 business grids. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the ordinary reward, 1 human fruit. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the epic reward, 1 Junjun fruit. 2 devil fruits in a row. Fortunately, the luck is not bad. As long as it is not a weapon of other professions, it will be fine. I am afraid that I will get some useless professional rewards. The human fruit is a chicken rib for him. Give it to his pet and let it transform into a human. But his original strength remains unchanged, so it is useless. Keep it for a short time. Hey, that's not right, Tongzi. You said that if you eat this human fruit, can you transform? Yi Chen has not forgotten his sudden idea before. If he gets the human fruit, he will give it to the system and let the system transform into a human. Please put away the obscene thoughts in your heart. This is just an ordinary fruit. For the top existence of the system, it is far from enough to transform into a human. Unless the host gets the heavenly fruit among the chaos level fruits, it is possible for me to transform into a human. Of course, if the host has the ability to save up 1,000,000 task points and is lucky enough to get one, the system is not unable to meet the host's requirements. The voice of the system suddenly became charming, not as cold as before. It seems to be a woman's voice after listening carefully. This feeling is like a red-lipped woman approaching Yi Chen's ear, gently exhaling hot air, with fragrance, tickling Yi Chen's heart. Is that so? That's a pity. I thought the human fruit was okay, but I didn't expect it to be much worse. Since Tongzi said so, I'm not sleepy anymore. I have to get this 1,000,000 points no matter what. Quote. Yi Chen chuckled. He didn't want to do anything shameful with the system. He just wanted to see what the system would look like after it was implemented. Well, it's really not. The human fruit is temporarily shelved now, but the tremor fruit can be very useful. This superhuman fruit is ridiculously strong and can cause earthquakes, seaquakes, and skyquakes. Isn't the Sakura country affected by earthquakes all year round? Why don't I add some stuff to it? Yi Chen suddenly had this sinister idea in his mind. The earthquakes in the Sakura country are a bit frequent this year. You can't blame me. Tongzi, open the reward that was just issued to me. Quote. Yi Chen muttered to himself, curious about what kind of fruit he had just obtained. It would be better to have a stronger one. Now he only has one fruit of his dream, that is the lucky fruit. As long as he has the lucky fruit, combined with the sword to kill demons, let alone the demon king, even the demon god will have to take 2 slaps before leaving. Also, with the lucky fruit, he can improve his luck. Can the reward of this turntable be drawn to the legendary level? Wouldn't that be even better? Hey, that's not right. Tongzi said before that the designated devil fruit only needs 100,000 task points. He sold all the A-level weapons he recovered. Isn't there 200,000? He can just buy a lucky fruit. I was fooled by this profiteer, and I borrowed 200,000, but I still owe 250,000. This black-hearted system. Yi Chen reacted, his eyes widened. He didn't expect that he was wise all his life, black-bellied and calculating, but was calculated by Tongzi. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a slow fruit. Host, you are wrong. I just gave you a choice, but I didn't force you. You did it yourself, didn't you? The system's voice suddenly sounded a bit gloating, and Yi Chen's face immediately darkened, with black lines all over his forehead. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with the system. Let's put these fruits into practice now. Yi Chen sighed softly and looked at the unused fruits he had in the warehouse. Flash fruit, door fruit, sweet fruit, shock fruit, human fruit, slowing fruit. Door fruit, the power of space. Slowing fruit, the power of time. Good guy, he has the power of time and space, now he just needs to find a place to apply it. Where can I find some ordinary animals now? With the devil evolution fruit, there is no need for any particularly powerful monsters, just ordinary animals that can't be more ordinary. I think this summer cicada has the potential to be an insect emperor. Yi Chen raised his head and found that there was a summer cicada on this tree, emitting extremely noisy sounds all the time. After thinking about it, he took out the door fruit, which can cultivate a space insect king. If the bloodline is fully evolved in the later stage, it may be possible to evolve into a black hole insect emperor. Do you have a dream? Yi Chen muttered to the cicada in a very unreliable way. Buzz. The summer cicada noticed that there was something strange about Yi Chen, and it was naturally attracted to it. It actually flapped its wings, landed on Yi Chen's hand, and waited quietly. Do animals on this blue planet have dreams? This cicada has become a spirit, and it can understand what I say. Before it was a sparrow and a chicken, and now it's this summer cicada. Yi Chen was surprised, picked a small piece of the menmen fruit, put it in his palm, and let the little guy eat it. The summer cicada was extremely obedient and swallowed it directly. The gray cicada body emitted a blue light, and its aura became more powerful. The whole body emitted a dark light, and the body shape changed. A pair of transparent wings flashed with dark golden lines, and the surrounding space had a few more imperceptible space ripples under the vibration of the cicada wings. Its body surface was covered with dark armor, and the cicada looked more majestic, and its body was 1 meter long. There was a monster with a strong aura beside Yi Chen, with its wings flapping constantly. This armor is cool. This one is more appropriate. The eye directly made a beast girl for me. You said it was made, just take a look at this. Countless young men and women came and went and looked at this side, their eyes were a little surprised. In their native land, there are not many beast masters, and the mainstream professions are ninjas, agile berserkers, or mages. Ordinary summer cicada plus door fruit right pointing arrow evolution. Void King Cicada. Pet beast. Void Cicada King. Talent. SSS level, the highest level defined by humans. Realm. First level disciple realm, swallow all upgrades related to space. Ability. Teleportation gate, random teleportation, space exile. Talent sharing. Space power. Loyalty. Never betray. Evolve by devouring space. There is such a special way of evolution. Little cicada, chew a space and let me see. Yi Chen was also a little surprised to see the evolution method on the panel, and couldn't help but speak. The little cicada received Yi Chen's order, nodded, opened its mouth, and nibbled fiercely on the spot. A piece of space was swallowed into its stomach and melted into its body. It opened its mouth again, tore off a large piece of space and swallowed it into its stomach. In front of Yi Chen, a dark abyss suddenly appeared. This was the appearance of the space after being swallowed. The intact space around was replenished little by little. This was the void recovering itself and slowly returning to its original state. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast, the Void King Chan, for devouring space, evolution points plus 100, and breaking through the second level disciple realm. It can really devour. This devouring space is good. Doesn't it mean that as long as Xiao Chan keeps devouring space, his evolution speed will be about the same as Xiao Bai? Yi Chen was surprised and ignored Xiao Chan, letting it continue to devour. Anyway, this is the Sakura country, so it doesn't matter if it devours all the space in this country. Thinking of Xiao Bai, Yi Chen immediately released him from the beast control space and held him in his arms. His chubby appearance did not change at all. Ding! The host's pet beast, the three-tailed emperor fox, devoured the surrounding desires, evolution points plus 3000. Where there are people, there are desires. The number of desires may be more or less, but as long as Xiao Bai senses them, they can be devoured by her. There is still a certain distance before Xiao Bai breaks through the commander level, but she doesn't worry about not being able to evolve or break through. The speed at which the cicada devoured was getting faster and faster, and the whole area had already fallen into darkness. Behind Yi Chen, it was as dark as the abyss, and the huge dark wings vibrated, devouring one piece of space after another. Its realm was also rising at a very fast speed, reaching the 5th level disciple realm. Because of this abnormality, many people around gathered around, looking at Yi Chen and the king cicada behind him with surprise and astonishment, saying words that Yi Chen could not understand. There are more and more people, let's go somewhere else first, and then find a few ordinary animals, and try the space gate of the cicada to see where it can teleport me. I hope I won't be sent to another place. There was a trace of worry in Yi Chen's eyes, and with a thought, the cicada stopped devouring space and constructed an invisible space gate with the power of space. Yi Chen took a step forward, and his figure disappeared strangely, and the cicada followed him in. It was another chattering discussion, but unfortunately Yi Chen couldn't hear or understand it. It is detected that the host is in a foreign country. The host will be automatically translated. The host will be able to understand the words he hears next. The system has optimized this for Yi Chen in a very humane way. This is great. Yi Chen was happy. He didn't expect the system to be so considerate. The space around him was filled with photons that kept disappearing, flashing around him like an electric current. The scene kept changing, and after a moment, he didn't know where he was teleported to. I think you, a roe deer, have the potential to be a unicorn. Do you have a dream? Zoo deer plus flash fruit right pointing arrow evolution. SSS plus light unicorn, swallow light and become stronger. In a zoo in Sakura country, Yi Chen quietly took a deer away. When he left, all the electric lights in a small zoo disappeared, and a large area of space turned into darkness. The realm of light unicorn broke through to the 5th level demon disciple, and Xiaochen broke through the 7th level disciple realm. I think you have the potential to become a turtle emperor. Who said turtles run slowly? Do you have a dream? Ordinary turtle plus slow fruit right pointing arrow evolution. SSS level Tianquan Baxia. Closing square bracket. Evolution. The longer time passes, the higher the realm. Yi Chen took a wishing turtle from a wishing pool. However, when he saw this special evolution method, Yi Chen's face turned black. This turtle is indeed worthy of being a turtle. The longer it lives, the stronger it will be. This will take a long time. Unless it is thrown into the secret realm of time and let it stay there for decades, otherwise, he probably won't be able to wait until it evolves into a god. At the wishing point, the lightning and sunlight were once again absorbed by the light unicorn, and its realm quickly broke through to the third-level soldier realm, unlocking the 8-foot-long jade skill. The space was dark, and Xiaoqin's realm broke through to the first-level soldier realm. After 2 consecutive random transmissions, Yi Chen has found the adapters of 2 fruits. As for the Junjun fruit, there is no suitable monster to choose. If the Junjun fruit had not appeared before, he would choose to share his talent with Xiao Lei. But now that the Junjun fruit has appeared, he will definitely choose to share the ability of the Junjun fruit. It was another random space teleportation. Yi Chen also let Xiaoqin secretly devour large areas of space in various places, causing space black holes to appear in several places. His realm just broke through the 5th-level soldier realm. After many teleportations, Yi Chen has figured out the rules of this teleportation. This space gate can teleport accurately, but the premise is to know the precise coordinates. As for how far it can be teleported, it depends on Xiaoqin's realm. The higher Xiaoqin's realm, the farther it can be teleported. At this level, if you want to teleport back, you must at least reach the high-level general realm. Sakura country is not far from Daxia, so the distance of teleportation is not far. During this period of time, he can do a lot of things. After another teleportation, Yi Chen is now in a basement in an unknown place, which seems to be a secret aquarium. The huge glass isolates the seawater in the ocean, and a huge monster can be seen looming in the glass. The chain penetrated the tail of the monster, making it difficult for it to swim, and the dazzling blood kept flowing out, soaking a small area of seawater red. Aquarium. Yi Chen could not help but approach and see the appearance of the giant in the seawater. Whale, and it was pierced by chains. Little Sakura in my place is very perverted. There is a custom of whaling. I didn't expect that there is still one locked here. Yi Chen looked at the baby whale in front of him. He roughly estimated that its body was 10 meters long and it was still in its juvenile form. The blue whale discovered Yi Chen's existence and couldn't help but wail. It was very human and could tell that the breath on Yi Chen was completely different from those who locked him. I found the owner of the Junjun fruit. Do you have a dream too? Yi Chen couldn't help but think of something. Isn't Whitebeard's ship in the shape of a whale? At this moment, letting this whale eat the Junjun fruit, is this God's will? Yi Chen looked at the baby whale in front of him, waiting for its answer. Woo! A deep and distant whale cry resounded through the underground secret room. It leaned its head against the glass, and its eyes were full of human pleading. Whitebeard's powerful tremor fruit, don't let me down. Yi Chen clenched his palm into a fist and blasted the glass in front of him. Crack, 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 crack. Bang! A crack was smashed into the glass, which gradually expanded and spread, and finally broke into a big hole, and the seawater began to pour in. Take out the tremor fruit and throw it directly into the hole. Swallow it, and you will be able to take revenge. Yi Chen spoke softly, with great expectations in his heart. He really wanted to know what changes would happen to this blue whale after swallowing the tremor fruit. The blue whale swallowed it without hesitation, and a terrifying breath revived from its body, and the chain that locked its whale tail was directly broken. Its body became larger, from the original 10 meters to more than 20 meters, and the blue stripes became brighter, flashing with light blue spots. On the forehead, there was a huge horn, which was green and gold, emitting tearing power. From the picture provided by the book Friends, for reference only. Blue whale plus tremor fruit right pointing arrow evolution. SSS plus dimensional dragon whale. Wow, with just the aura of the 2 realm, his body has reached 30 meters. If he is allowed to advance again, won't he be able to break through the 100-meter mark, much larger than the previous Lord Realm Overlord? Yi Chen saw that the huge blue whale trapped in the gate had completely changed and had established a connection with him. He couldn't help but feel happy and called up the specific information about the dragon whale. Pet. Dimensional dragon whale. Level. SSS plus beyond the current definition. Abilities. Seaquake, Airquake, Earthquake power and range increase with the improvement of Realm. Realm. First Order Disciple Realm evolve by devouring any form of energy. Talent sharing. Natural disasters, tsunamis, earthquakes. Tongzi, that's him, share the ability of the Junjun fruit directly. Seeing the introduction of the dragon whale on the system panel, Yi Chen did not hesitate and directly shared the ability of this fruit. He clenched his hands fiercely and hammered lightly towards the void. The space gradually cracked like a spider web, and a huge bang occurred, shattering a large area of space. Boom! The hole that was just smashed by himself was overflowing with water, flooding the underground secret room, and it had already covered Yi Chen's ankles. Now, Yi Chen's hammer made a bigger hole, and countless sea water rushed in. Bang! More sea water rushed in and rushed into the entire secret room, almost covering Yi Chen's lower body. Oh no, it's too much, the wind is tight and I'm going to run away. Yi Chen smiled and didn't care. He directly summoned Xiaochen and summoned the space gate to teleport randomly again. A light and shadow appeared, swallowing all the light and light in the underground secret room. The realm of Guangqilin also reached the 9th level of Demon Soldier realm, only one step away from the general realm. By the way, the dragon whale was put into the sea god ring. There was a vast ocean inside for it to live in, which was also a return to the sea and freedom. Master, can I avenge my dead compatriots? Over the years, they slaughtered thousands of my compatriots, and now our generation is almost dead. At this time, a very weak consciousness sounded in Yi Chen's mind, very cautiously. Little whale, is this your consciousness? You can actually share my consciousness. Yi Chen was stunned. He had never had this situation with Zhao King, Xiaohuo, Xiaojun, etc. before, so how could he have it with the blue whale? But soon, Yi Chen suddenly realized. He shared the power of the blue whale tremor fruit, and with this fruit power as the medium, their thoughts were naturally interoperable. So, he could hear its conscious voice. Okay, I will definitely let you take revenge when the time comes. Before we leave, we must do something. After all, your upgrade is related to energy. Give them some tsunamis, earthquakes, etc., and go to the foot of Mount Fuji, where there are a lot of fire elements and underground kinetic energy, which can also allow you to devour and upgrade. Xiao Guang must also upgrade, devour the light, then paralyze Xiao Sakura's power system. Countless ideas flashed through Yi Chen's mind. It was rare to come here, and he would be sorry if he didn't do something. Innate hatred, instinctive resentment. Yi Chen's figure completely disappeared in the underground secret room, and at this time, the underground secret room of Zongfang had been submerged by sea water. When someone found it, they only heard a roar that shook the earth. Baga, quote, hee, anyway, Xiao Yingzi, who lives a good life, has committed many sins. I saved this whale for you, which can be regarded as accumulating virtue for you in your lifetime. When the time comes, I will also give it to you, so that you can only do this one virtue in your lifetime. Yi Chen can already guess what kind of miserable state the underground secret room flooded by seawater will be in after they leave, and what kind of angry expression someone will have when they find it. But it has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't care about it at all. The space around him tends to be stable, and he doesn't know where he was randomly teleported to. Russell, Yi Chen, who has not yet been transmitted out of the space, has heard some exchanges. In this exchange match with Daxia, you must kill them. It is best to find an opportunity to cripple their students. If you are not careful, you can also cripple them. Of course, the specific exchange address this time is to go to Daxia or to Tokyo, which is not yet known. Quote, however, there are too many talents in Daxia in recent years. The 4 great celestial monarchs of the younger generation are even more powerful than the 3 great celestial ninjas of our country. It is absolutely necessary to take the opportunity to suppress the talents of Daxia. When the time comes, even if something happens, we can just push it off as an unintentional act and keep apologizing. Anyway, we have always gotten away with it this way in the past. I knew this bunch of fools had bad intentions. I've heard before that Xiaoying is polite but not virtuous. The whole country is like this, just as I expected. It seems that this teleportation location should have taken me back to a training ground somewhere in Tokyo University. Hearing Xiaoying's words, Yi Chen's face was calm, without any expression, but a trace of cruelty and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Please rest assured, ninja masters, we will definitely go all out. As freshmen, we started training earlier, there is no reason for us to lose to them. As soon as we have a chance, we will definitely cripple their students, or even kill them accidentally, to weaken the fighting power of the young generation of the Dragon Country. In this Iron Wall training room, hundreds of freshmen were indignant and spoke solemnly. There were men and women, and their faces were full of sinister and cruel colors. They were freshmen of this year, and most of them were A-level or S-level, with a few being SS level. The realm is generally not high, in the middle and low-level soldier realm, and the realm of the three middle-parted men is higher, in the high-level soldier realm. From this point of view, although the place of Xiaoyingwa is small, there are indeed many geniuses. Of course, it may also be because they started school early for a period of training, and their realm has been improved. On the other side of the training ground, it seems that there are sophomores in Tokyo Academy, more than 1,000 people. Their realm is generally high, most of them are in the middle and high-level general realm, and very few are in the low-level commander realm. Everyone's profession is almost all ninja and magician, and there are a few other professions. Good. With such awareness, we are relieved. Not good. The dean's office is flooded by seawater, and the blue whale has disappeared. We have to leave. You continue to practice here and learn the ninjutsu and lurking assassination techniques taught in class. This technique will either cripple or kill the enemy in actual combat. Several instructors at the University of Tokyo were about to teach something else, but the dean's angry voice came from the headphones and their faces changed. They had to rush over to help. After a few words, they turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared strangely, leaving hundreds of freshmen alone in the place, confused, not knowing what happened. Why did the instructors leave so hastily? Have these Zune Realm ninjas left? God is really helping me. Originally, I might have to spend some effort to deal with them, but now it is definitely not a problem to cripple these little Sakura. As for the many surveillance cameras around here, I'll just cover my face. After all, I'm in someone else's territory. If I lead out Jun Realm and Huang Realm ninjas, I won't be able to go back. Yi Chen pulled off the corner of his short-sleeved shirt and covered the lower half of his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. After confirming that these Zune Realm ninjas had completely left, Yi Chen's figure appeared like a ghost on the scene, looking at the hundreds of freshmen in the training room from a distance. Air shock. He clenched his fists and hammered hard at the space on both sides. Two white round shields suddenly appeared on his fists. This hammer was like hammering on glass, and the space shattered like a spider web, spreading towards everyone. No, to be precise, it should be killing. It's a pity that this power realm is similar to that of the dimensional dragon whale, and the combat power that can be exploded is limited. Otherwise, if his realm was the Venerable Realm or the Lord Realm, it would be no problem for him to shatter the University of Tokyo with one air shock. If he reached the higher realm of the Emperor Realm, he could even flood the Sakura country with one sea shock. Boom! The space shook violently, and the killing intent in the space had already reached the side of these hundreds of freshmen. Before everyone could react, they did not notice Yi Chen appearing from the other side of the space. By the time they recovered and turned around suddenly, wanting to do something to resist, it was already too late. A heart-wrenching pain came from their bodies. At this moment, they seemed to feel their internal organs being crushed by a heavy blow. Ah! Woo! Nearly half of the freshmen suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, which sprayed onto the ground. Their eyes suddenly turned white, and they fainted weakly. For the other half, because the distance of the air shock was limited, the shock caused limited damage, but there was some pain in their internal organs, as if they were hit hard by someone, and they cried out in pain. Is the power really limited? The realm of the Dimension Dragon Whale is only the first-level disciple realm. If you want to upgrade, you have to devour a lot of energy. So the combat power I can burst out now is a little weak. The reason why the shock fruit is so powerful is that it allows me to directly cross a realm and cripple half of the people. It's not bad. Seeing this scene on the field, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh softly, knowing that this could not be forced. Now it is of utmost importance to solve all the remaining problems as soon as possible and then quickly escape. Think about it, if the freshmen who destroyed the Tokyo Academy in Tokyo Academy still escape, they will definitely be wanted by Tokyo Academy. Maybe when the Emperor Realm Masters take action, he will die. Who is it? Which blind thing is doing the sneak attack? How dare you hurt my Tokyo Academy students? Are you tired of living? Quick, call the infirmary. They are spitting out big mouthfuls of blood, and even spitting out their internal organs. Send them for emergency treatment. The remaining students who were only slightly injured quickly looked into the distance, only to see a man with the lower half of his face covered standing there, not afraid at all. He looked at himself and others provocatively. It's this fool. He is the one who did the sneak attack. Go, kill him. And call the infirmary to help. The moment the remaining freshmen saw Yi Chen, their eyes suddenly turned red. Many of the ninjas had a ball in their hands and threw it to the ground. With a bang, their figures disappeared strangely, turning into a cloud of ash, hiding in the surroundings, and rushing towards Yi Chen at a very fast speed. One by one, their eyes were full of murderous intent. On the other side of the training ground, the sophomores naturally noticed this scene and rushed over here, and several of them called the instructors in the academy. Tisk, just this crappy speed. What a shitty ninja, isn't it just a trick of sprinkling some ash? Comparing speed. Young man, have you been kicked by light? Yi Chen looked at the freshmen who were rushing towards him with disdain, and with a thought, he released the light unicorn directly. Its realm has reached the half-step general realm, and it is more than enough to kill them all. In front of Yi Chen, a golden beast stepped out of the void, with an upright posture, noble temperament, and raised its head high. There is a pair of curved horns on its head, and the tips of the horns shine with cold light, which looks majestic and extraordinary. The whole body is wrapped in golden scales, shining with golden light, and the powerful tail slaps in the air, which makes it more majestic and noble. An invisible breath of a unique divine beast is emitted, and everyone is shocked by this breath. SSS plus level, light unicorn. It is like this at first, and it will change in the later evolution. A golden hoof stomped down suddenly, and countless lights suddenly turned into pairs of unicorn hooves, blasting towards the hundreds of people who were killing Yi Chen, at a very fast speed, which was beyond the reach of the naked eye. Before they got close to Yi Chen, they were kicked away by the light hooves one by one, their internal organs were shattered, their eyes rolled back and foamed at the mouth, and their bones were broken. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, the dead bodies fell heavily to the ground, like mud, raising a lot of dust. It should be said that comparing speed with this light unicorn in the general state is simply courting death. It is not inferior to anyone at all, invincible at the same level, and can even cross the boundary to fight the enemy. Fortunately, he was smart. Every time he passed a place, he let the light Kirin devour the electric light and brightness of that place. When the time came, he devoured the electric light of this area, allowing the light Kirin to improve its state a little bit, and strive to reach the state of being a handsome man before leaving. Everyone was blown away by the light hoof. Everything happened in a flash. It was extremely fast. Suddenly, Yi Chen turned his eyes to the remaining 1,000 sophomores. He had no good feelings towards all of them, as long as they were Xiaoyinghua. The exchanges between Daxia University and foreign universities were not only inferior to those between freshmen but also between seniors. As long as they were sophomores or juniors, they were eligible to participate in the war, so he might as well kill all the sophomores. By then, wouldn't his Tokyo University have no one to fight? Who are you? You have hurt many of my Tokyo University's geniuses. You have no place in Tokyo. When the instructor comes, you will definitely die. It's still time to retreat now. The freshmen were wiped out by Yi Chen alone, and the sophomores came over, led by 3 men in the second-level general realm. They stared at Yi Chen, clenched their fists, and did not hide the murderous intent on their faces. They made some verbal threats, but did not take action immediately. Their realm is higher than that of the light unicorn displayed by Yi Chen. But in front of the aura of this divine beast, they only felt that they were like ants. If they really fought, they might not have any resistance. Their realm is 6 times higher, but didn't they see that the fighting power of the divine beast is not inferior to theirs? It can be seen at a glance that this is an SSS level beast, and it must be a genius from somewhere. Is it an ordinary person who can own such a level of beast? Besides, it is impossible for him to have only this one beast. The pet beast is a soldier realm, and the realm aura of others is indeed a commander, so Yi Chen must have a commander-level beast on him. What if it is also SSS level? Thinking of this, they became more and more afraid. They are not stupid, and they will not rush to avenge the freshmen when they see them die. Anyway, they are not familiar with themselves and others, so if they die, and if they don't die, it's fine. Now, what they have to do is to threaten Yi Chen to see if they can scare him away, or drag him to the college tutor. Hey, it seems that these people are quite smart, knowing to trade time for time, but unfortunately, I won't give you this opportunity. I won't change my name, the masked Garfield. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that you are going to die. Yi Chen grinned at everyone, revealing a row of white teeth, which seemed harmless to humans and animals. Well, they couldn't see it because they were covered by the scarf. Xiao Guang, if you are late, you will change. The 3-foot jade will kill them in seconds. Xiao Chan, swallow this space with a big mouthful, and be ready for space transmission at any time, the target is Mount Fuji. Quote. Yi Chen gave the order, and he was ready to kill. The Space King Cicada was called out and began to devour the space here. The space coordinates were set to a place in Tokyo, and the teleportation gate was opened. Yi Chen just needed to step in. Xiao Guang received Yi Chen's order, and his whole body emitted a dazzling blazing light, like the sun in the sky and the earth. In the void, countless light spots gathered and formed, densely packed, filling the entire space. The power emitted by each light spot was comparable to a peak soldier's attack. In addition, with so many superimposed, everyone would be half dead or disabled if they were hit by such a hit. What kind of pet is this breath, and what's the matter with these dense light spots of murderous intent? Run. This huge number of killing moves is simply not something we can take. The next day is the day we fall. Wait until the instructor arrives, let's run. When the sophomores saw this scene, their courage was almost scared away. How could anyone's pet be able to release a large-scale group damage skill, and its power seemed to be able to kill them in 1 second across a realm? What the hell? The 3 leaders did not hesitate at all, and directly gave the order to escape. They turned into 3 smoke and fled in 3 different directions of the training ground. My Tokyo Academy has never suffered such a humiliation. I will wait until the teachers arrive and make sure he is dead without a burial place. Torture him severely, cut off his limbs, throw him into the insect warehouse, and let the insects bite him to death. The eyes of the 3 people were full of cruelty and resentment. If they could not beat him, they would have killed Yi Chen long ago. How could he have so much time to be arrogant? The remaining sophomores saw that the 3 strongest people on their side had run away, and they had no intention of resisting, and they all ran away. There was also a lot of resentment in their eyes, and the desire to kill Yi Chen increased day by day. All the students who were professional ninjas turned into smoke and dissipated. As for other professions, they are much more miserable. They run slowly and can only be the target of the 3-foot jade. You want to destroy my people of Daxia, so I will destroy yours. It is very reasonable. Fall, Yi Chen said softly, as if he was the words of the Lord of Hell and the voice of the God of Death. Swish, swish, swish. In the void, countless dense light spots shot out like light arrows, accurately locating all the people running on the field and attacking them indiscriminately. Ah, ah, ah. Those who ran slowly were pierced by the light spots first, with more than a dozen light holes, bloody, screaming, and fell to the ground. No matter how fast you run, are you as fast as light? Young man, racing with light. Yi Chen looked at the scene on the field indifferently and couldn't help but sneered. Everyone ran, but after only running a few dozen meters, they were pierced by the light one by one. The killing intent of light destroyed their internal organs and the vitality of their whole body, leaving no chance of survival. The ninjas who hid in the smoke and concealed their bodies were blasted out of their original bodies, and fell to the ground one after another, with no light in their eyes and blood flowing. In just a few breaths, all the sophomores fell to the ground, dead or disabled. Xiao Guang, devour all the light in this training room and absorb the electric light in this area. Seeing that the instructors of Tokyo Academy had not appeared yet, Yi Chen immediately ordered Guang Qilin to devour all the light for upgrading. He was only half a step away from breaking through the general realm, and his strength would be greatly improved next, killing people would be faster, and the number of these 3-foot jades would be more. Didn't you see that the little silkworm on the side had gone crazy? The whole space was gnawed to pieces. There was a large black area there, the east space was completely dark, and the realm was gradually improving, and had reached the 5th level soldier realm. Yi Chen waited quietly, stroking the 3-tailed emperor fox in his arms as usual. This little guy just swallowed up countless negative emotions, such as hatred, murderous intent, resentment, and other negative emotions. This is why he directly killed him. People's subconscious emotions can't lie. They are all ready to kill themselves. Could he let everyone live? He is not a saint. Xiaobai's realm is stuck at the 9th level general level. Now he is still halfway to break through the general level. The more emotions you need, the more emotions you need. The same is true for other pets. The materials, elements, and energy that need to be swallowed for evolution will increase day by day. Little whale, don't just stand there. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. The power of this training room should be connected to the entire academy. Just swallow it all. Yi Chen saw the speed and appearance of the 2 animals in the void swallowing, and the corners of his mouth twitched, and there were endless black lines on his forehead. There is no need to say much about the beast of light Qilin. When it opened its mouth, all the light turned into a vortex, swallowing all the light around it. The whole space became dark, like night. In addition, the Void King cicada continued to swallow space fragments. In the space that was originally without light, now even the space has become dark, just like standing in the abyss. Even if Yi Chen was here, he felt scared and his back was cold. With a thought, he summoned the dimensional dragon whale. The huge body was nearly 30 meters long and suspended in the air, breaking away from the original restriction that it could only be in the sea. The dragon whale was very obedient, opened its huge mouth, and swallowed all the electrical energy in the entire training room with a more terrifying swallowing force. Moreover, it swallowed all the electrical energy, thermal energy, and all related energy in the entire academy area. This scene was more violent than the 2 animals in the sky. The radius of the energy vortex reached a terrifying 10 meters, and it kept pouring into the mouth of the little whale. Its realm was climbing faster, and it broke through several realms in a row. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast Dimension Dragon Whale for devouring a large amount of energy, evolution points plus 10,000, reaching the 9th level disciple realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast Void King Chan for devouring a large area of space, evolution points plus 3,000, realm breakthrough, reaching the 9th level soldier realm, unlocking the skill of space compression. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast Light Kirin for devouring a large amount of light and lightning, evolution points plus 3,000, breaking through the 1st level general realm, unlocking the skill of Skylight Sword C. Evolved devil fruits are different. After becoming dragon whales, they can fly. I originally thought that Xiaochen and Xiaoguang were already beasts, but I didn't expect this little whale to be even more terrifying. Whale giant body plus shocking fruit, so terrifying. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a breath and sighed. At this time, because of the beast Xiaojing, the entire power system of the North Campus of Tokyo University was directly paralyzed, and the power supply could not be supplied. It was sucked away. If it is allowed to devour more, I am afraid that the entire Tokyo campus will be out of power. Who is it? You killed my students. We will tear you to pieces. Everyone who is related to you must die. Suddenly, roars resounded throughout the North Campus. Every student has a smart bracelet to detect their status. But now, their hearts are not beating, they are not breathing, they can't move, they are all lying on the ground. If a few people died, it would not matter. But the problem now is, thousands of people. 1,000 freshmen were recruited, and the most talented ones have died, which means that only half of the freshmen are left, and they are ordinary people. There are about 1,000 sophomores, all died. The instructors who monitored the data saw that everyone had no vital signs, and their eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged. The entire North Campus fell into chaos, and many students were panicked. The school was blocked, and no bird could escape. Did you notice it? Sure enough, such a big school has the ability to check the real-time status of students. I think it's almost time, I should escape. Yi Chen could also hear the earth-shaking shouts and roars in the training room, and he didn't care about their threats at all. If you are awesome, you came to Daxia to find me. At that time, I was already in Long Academy. Daxia and Yinghua have a grudge. If you dare to come to Daxia to make trouble, it will directly arouse public anger and they will not be able to leave. Besides, he killed people with a mask, and even the pets he used did not call out Zhaolei, Zhao King, and Xiaohuo. What if they noticed it? What does the person killed by the masked Garfield have to do with Yi Chen? If you don't believe me, look, Yi Chen's pets are the Phoenix of Fire, the Ice Crystal Blue Luan, and the Thunder Dragon. And the masked Garfield is the Dimensional Dragon Whale, the Void King Cicada, and the Light Kirin. He stepped into the space portal, took the three back into the Sea God Ring and the Beast God Ring, and immediately escaped without any hesitation. He was going to find other places to devour space, energy, lighter elements, to find animals with ideals and help them fly their dreams. After waiting for Yi Chen to leave, more than a dozen figures immediately appeared in the training room. When they saw the tragic situation in the room, the earth-shaking roar rose again, resounding throughout the Tokyo Academy, and continued for a long time. Son of a fool. Must kill. Today is destined to be a nightmare for Tokyo Academy. Who told them that their plan to kill others was heard by Zigwa? Cause and effect, heaven will report. After the top leaders of the entire Tokyo University learned of this news, they were furious and checked the surveillance in the training room, and saw the appearance of Yi Chen and the image of his beast. Immediately, they joined forces with the Tokyo Demon Hunting Association, the Ninja Association, and the government to issue a wanted order for Yi Chen. It can be said that Watermelon is now famous in Tokyo. Everyone knows the name of the masked Garfield, who broke into Tokyo University and killed the first-year freshmen, slaughtered the second-year seed students, and was able to leave safely. A certain custom street in Tokyo. Have you heard that the masked Garfield seems to be a killer from another country, and he actually broke into Tokyo University, one of the 3 highest universities in our country? How could I not hear that? Almost all the freshmen in this class are dead, and the sophomore class is completely gone. Now the whole country is angry, and the government army has been dispatched to search the whole country. There are special Sky Eye guards investigating and searching in the dark, hoping to catch this fool as soon as possible. On the street, many little cherry blossoms were discussing this matter. While listening, Yi Chen looked at the wanted poster on the light curtain of the high-rise building on the street. His bounty was as high as 1 million, and the reward was a handsome weapon. There were also photos of himself with his face masked, as well as images of Xiao Jing, Xiao Guang and Xiao Chen. I didn't expect that I would become famous here in this way. I am also a celebrity, hee. There are eyes watching in secret. It seems that I have to be very careful recently, otherwise I will die here easily. Quote. Yi Chen put away his smile, turned around and walked into a dead end. The space in front of him fluctuated and disappeared. At a power supply station somewhere in Tokyo, a huge dragon whale appeared in the air, and a light unicorn appeared inside. One inside and one outside, the two worked together to devour half of its electrical energy and light. The dragon whale's realm broke through to the 5th level soldier realm, and the light unicorn broke through to the 3rd level general realm. Afterwards, thousands of Tokyo government troops, hundreds of general-level ninjas, and 10 respected ninjas led the team to chase and kill Yi Chen, but Yi Chen ran away. In a remote suburb somewhere in Tokyo, a giant cicada devoured a large amount of space, and the surrounding space of the entire suburb fell into endless darkness, and the space itself can't recover. Void King Chan's realm breaks through the 1st level of the general realm. When the government army and the instructors of Tokyo Academy rushed over, Yi Chen ran away again. With the ability of the space system, it is extremely difficult to catch people. In Sakura country, the most lacking is the space system magician, which is simply a godsend for Yi Chen. In Tokyo Commercial Street, a white fox hides in the dark, greedily devouring the desires and other emotions emanating from the surroundings. Her realm breaks through the 1st level of the general realm, unlocking the emperor form and the shape-shifting form. The 3-tailed emperor fox has a special charm power, which can charm any monsters and enemies 1 level higher than her and control their minds. Xiao Guang and Xiao Chan have both reached the 7th level of generals. They have more or less devoured a lot of electric light in these days. The space is enough. Xiao Chan's realm is enough for me to teleport to Da Sha. Before leaving, I will make a big noise. Now, focus on upgrading Xiao Jing's energy. I think the nuclear power plant is a good place. The energy there is extremely huge. Yi Chen stroked his chin, thinking. In the past 10 days, he was chased by the Sakura military for an unknown distance. He was far away from the center of Tokyo and almost reached Osaka. Along the way, all power stations and power supply stations were devoured by Yi Chen's pets. Now all areas of Tokyo have been without power for several days. Of course, every time he appears, he will start to try the ability of the tremor fruit. From time to time, a small earthquake will scare Xiao Sakura, destroy some houses and buildings, and kill some pursuers behind. It is worth mentioning that in these short 10 days, the number of pursuers behind Yi Chen increased from thousands of people and 10 ninja masters to 10,000 people, 100 ninja masters, and 3 Dean level masters of Tokyo Academy, ninja masters. At the edge of Tokyo, a heavily guarded nuclear power plant was located. Yi Chen used the space node accurately and appeared in the nuclear power plant without anyone noticing. Without any hesitation, he released the dimensional dragon whale directly. Little whale, fight quickly, take a deep breath and run. There is a Jun realm guarding here, and we can't beat it for a while now. Yi Chen released the dimensional dragon whale directly, and a space portal appeared in front of him. He knew that no one would be able to find him when he appeared, but the dragon whale was so big that it was impossible not to be discovered. So taking a deep breath and running away before being discovered would be profitable. Woo! The dragon whale opened its huge mouth and sucked it hard. The majestic energy was swallowed into its huge mouth, and the speed of realm climbing was particularly fast. With just one mouthful, the realm actually rose by 2 levels, reaching the 7th level of Soldier Realm. How dare you invade a nuclear power plant? Looking for death. At this time, several loud shouts rang out, and thousands of figures quickly appeared on the scene, found Yi Chen, and surrounded him. It's just as I thought. The next moment, Yi Chen immediately stepped into the space gate, left the scene with Xiaojing without looking back, and left everyone with a chic back. It's that masked Garfield. What on earth does he want to do? Steal our country's electricity and nuclear energy. What kind of pet is this? It can actually devour such terrifying energy. If our country obtains it. The several ninjas stationed here were furious. Seeing that Yi Chen ran away, they couldn't catch up, and began to think about Yi Chen's pet. In a conference room in Osaka, the atmosphere was weird. More than 100 people sat around a round table, looking ugly. Everyone had a piece of information on the table, about the so-called masked Garfield, and what he had done in the past half-month. Half of the electricity from 7 medium-sized power plants was stolen, half of the nuclear energy from 4 nuclear power plants disappeared, and countless spaces were destroyed. The most annoying thing is that this Biong got the news of a secret time realm from nowhere, and actually sneaked into it, and killed freshmen and sophomores from the other 2 supreme institutions. He also seized the power of time in the secret realm, and now the entire secret realm is useless. You know, this secret realm has sent out countless geniuses for them every year. This Biong thing controls the power of space. Every time we find him, he will escape, and every time he escapes, he just happens to be stuck in front of us. Even, wherever this plague god appears, there will be a small earthquake in that area, and my Tokyo house has collapsed by 1%. Led by Tokyo Academy, several senior officials of the Tokyo government cursed, their faces were gloomy and water could drip out. The main reason is that this fool specifically caught Tokyo to cause trouble, and didn't go to other cities, which made them extremely headache. Alright, we have sent out 2 ninja kings and 3 space lords to ambush in several nuclear power plants and power plants where he might appear. There are also heavy soldiers guarding the suburbs, waiting for him to jump. Our goal is not only to kill him, but also to take away the several sacred beasts on him. Let the news spread that we have captured his parents and friends. As long as he shows up, they can be spared. Otherwise, let him wait for his body to be collected. At the top of the round table, several middle-aged generals in shit-yellow military uniforms spoke, with gloom and cruelty between their brows. Everyone nodded with satisfaction after hearing this, and the cold atmosphere in the room eased a little, and some cold laughter appeared. Yoshi, in this way we wait and see, waiting for him to jump. Threaten his family, and you can directly trick him out. You are worthy of being a general. This time, they were serious. After all, it would be embarrassing to tell this matter. They are a country, but they were harmed by a royal commander, and even the students of the academy were killed. How can they listen to it in the future? As expected of the devils, they even used such sinister tricks. I am an orphan, you caught a bull demon and rewarded me. Will it be useful to wait for the rabbits in a few nuclear power plants? When it comes to the use of military tactics, you are just grandsons. Yi Chen wanted to patronize it again these days, but he ran away when he felt that the atmosphere was not right. Threatening with this, these devils really need to be eliminated. And the pursuit for nearly a month, the pursuit of tens of thousands of ninja soldiers, let them all be buried under the eruption of Fuji magma. At this time, Yi Chen has arrived at the foot of Mount Fuji. Xiaoguang and Xiaochen have reached the realm of the 9th level of the general realm, and Xiaojing only needs a little experience to break through the general realm. He left some traces in the places he passed along the way, revealing that he was going to Mount Fuji. Everything he did these days was recorded with his mobile phone. It's a pity that there is no signal, otherwise it would be uploaded directly to the internet to embarrass them. Now, we just need to wait for their arrival. After the last big wave, absorbing the flame energy and earth energy in Mount Fuji, Xiaojing will definitely be able to break through the general realm, and even break through the general realm. Even the magma in the earth's core can make the phoenix break through the general realm. In this way, including Xiao Lei and Xiao Bai, he will have 4 general realm pets on him. With the 4 of them joining forces, it is definitely not a problem to kill a monarch realm monster. One sets off thunder, one sets fire, and one sets an earthquake. Xiao Chan released a space transmission door, and Yi Chen stepped directly into it and came to the top of Mount Fuji. The high part of Mount Fuji is covered with snow, which is white and exudes a cold breath. What a surprise, these huge snow and ice elements can allow Xiao Qing to swallow an upgrade. Yi Chen was happy, the cold air is very rich. It seems that there is a 5th general realm pet. Looking down at the mountain pass, it was pitch black, and there was no magma. Under the dark stone, there was a faint firelight all the time, and thick smoke came out from below, with a hint of warmth. This is the magma under the ground. It's just buried too deep, only a little bit is exposed. Without any hesitation, he summoned Xiaochen, jumped down, and stepped into the space portal. With the element-sharing power of the phoenix, he was not afraid of any flame or fire element burning. As long as he reached the bottom of the volcano, released Xiaojing to absorb the energy contained in Mount Fuji, Xiaohuo absorbed magma, Zhaoqing absorbed ice and snow outside the mountain, and triggered the volcanic eruption with an earthquake, then everything would be wonderful. Ding! The host's actions were detected, and the growth task was issued. Trigger Mount Fuji, help the Dimension Dragon Whale break through the commander level, kill 100 ninja commanders, and 10 honorable ninjas, you can get a random devil fruit ×1, the number of mall turntables ×1, and 10,000 task points. Tongzi, I didn't expect you to be a temperament system. There is such a good thing. Yi Chen didn't expect the system to issue such a task. Isn't this just following his own wishes? He had to do it anyway, but he didn't expect that there would be an extra surprise. If that's the case, then he's going to mess around. Zhaoqing, swallow all the icy power outside. Xiaohuo, swallow the magma and fire elements underground, swallow as much as you can, swallow fiercely. Xiaojing, swallow all the energy underground and keep some. If it's not enough, directly create an earthquake in the volcano to promote the vibration in the Earth's crust and make the volcanic eruption more violent. Xiaoguang, swallow all the light of the magma underground, as well as the light from the outside. It's best to swallow the light in this area into darkness, so that the volcanic eruption will appear more gorgeous. Xiaochen, set the coordinates, open the teleportation gate, and be ready to return to Daxia at any time. Listen to my orders. When I ask you to swallow a large area of space, you just swallow it fiercely and attract all those fools. Yi Chen gave a lot of orders in one breath, and directly called out all the beasts in the Sea God Ring and the Beast God Ring. Of course, the order of this action is particular, from the inside to the outside. When the inside is almost done, then proceed from the outside. In this way, there will definitely be enough time. All the planning was in Yi Chen's plan. The huge fire phoenix, light unicorn, and dragon whale appeared at the bottom of Mount Fuji. The fire phoenix was burning with red flames all over its body, and its phoenix eyes were majestic. The light unicorn was extremely majestic, extremely noble and elegant, and its golden scales reflected the golden light. It looked like a fine work of art. The dragon whale was huge, and the dragon horns on its head tore the space apart. Just by appearing, it was full of oppression. It is worth mentioning that the size of the dragon whale has now reached a terrifying 80 meters, which is the largest among all of Yi Chen's pets. And its combat power and destructive power can be ranked in the top 3. As far as Yi Chen is concerned, it may be a little stronger than Xiao Lei. The 3 received Yi Chen's order, and Xiao Huo directly turned into a ray of fire element light, rushed into the foot of Mount Fuji, and wantonly swallowed the overflowing red light magma into his stomach. All the flame vortexes were swallowed into the mouth of the lustful phoenix. The realm on its body continued to rise, the breath became stronger, and the color of the flame feathers on the surface deepened. The light kirin resonated with the flames under the magma, and countless red light spots were all integrated into its body, but it was slower than the realm of Xiaohuo. After all, this firelight is not as good as the sun's light outside. Ding! Congratulations to the host pet beast, the fire phoenix, for swallowing the magma flames, evolution points plus 70,000, breaking through to the first level commander realm, unlocking skills, natural disasters, heavenly fires. Ding! Congratulations to the host pet beast, the light kirin, for swallowing the flames, evolution points plus 10,000. On the other side, Xiao Jing did not act immediately. He was going to wait until Xiaohuo and Xiaoguang had almost swallowed them before taking action. After all, his swallowing formation swallowed all the energy forms into his stomach in one breath, and his realm rose. Maybe he would also swallow the fire energy in the magma, so that the guy would not be able to break through and upgrade. Look at him, and then look at that red animal. Look at how humble and polite he is. Yi Chen saw the light unicorn absorbing the surrounding fire elegantly, and the dragon whale that did not take action immediately, and then looked at the big red bird that dived directly into the ground. His face turned black and he couldn't help but mutter a few words. Of course, there was no intention to blame. After all, the character of this fire phoenix is more like his. If you don't take advantage, you are a fool. Upgrading yourself to be stronger is the hard truth. He still admires this point. In summary, it is as shameless as him. The fire element and magma element hidden under Mount Fuji are extremely huge, and they are integrated into the underground magma layer through small fires. Another scene is also shared in Yi Chen's mind. I saw that underground, in the high temperature area, the space was melted and distorted, the space was dark, and the magma rivers flowed slowly. In the river, you can faintly see a sleeping fire element monster, with different shapes. Like fire leopards, fire tigers, fire lions, fire rhinos, huge bodies, about several meters, each of them has reached the realm of soldiers. At a glance, their number is over 1 million. Moreover, deeper in the magma, under the crust, is a kingdom of fire. The fire elemental monsters inside are even more terrifying, and there are many overlords in the realm of monarchs and nobles. The number of other fire elemental monsters has reached tens of millions. Yi Chen never thought that under the ground of Mount Fuji, under the Earth's crust, there is such a huge army of fire elemental monsters. Has the invasion of Tianyuan caused the species mutation to this extent? Under the ocean, and in the city, there are mutant creatures, but I didn't expect that there are also mutant monsters under the ground. Blue Star, how many unknown secrets are there? Whenever Yi Chen thought of this, his scalp would go numb. Originally, he came to detonate Mount Fuji today, but he didn't expect that by chance, he would actually find a crisis point. Fortunately, he has the Phoenix of Fire, the power of the throne and the power of the beast god, which can protect him from the harm of fire elemental monsters of any realm. These fire elemental monsters are no threat to the Phoenix of Fire. Even if his realm is high enough and he reaches the monarch realm, he can command all the monsters in the flame kingdom under Mount Fuji. At that time, if he returns to Sakura, who would have thought that there is still his internal army under the volcanic crust? Xiaoying sent 100,000 troops to hunt him down. At that time, he will counterattack with 1 million flame monster army, causing a natural disaster of fire, and fight back. Okay, Xiaohuo, since your realm has broken through, then come back. You don't have to swallow these magmas. Keeping them will be of great use in the future. After returning to Daxia, I will find another volcano for you. Yi Chen recalled Xiaohuo and signaled him not to mess around. These flame monsters are still dormant and hatching, and their number can still increase, and their strength can be even stronger. So don't disturb them if you can. After all, these are all the fire element monster armies that he can control in the future. Little whale, start swallowing, attract the magma in Mount Fuji, and swallow all the kinetic energy and energy in the volcano. Energy in the Earth's crust is also symbolically swallowed. Once you reach the breakthrough level, you can stop, trigger an earthquake, add fuel to the volcano, and let it erupt directly. Xiaohuo, when the time comes, you can use the power of fire to control some magma, so that the magma of Mount Fuji will erupt more than planned, and let the small island country be lively. Yi Chen spoke softly, with excitement on his face, and the show officially began. That's not right. Why haven't we seen any signs of that guy after we've been here for so long? He won't know we're here, so he won't come. It's not impossible. This guy is very cunning and has a space system, or he has actually been here, but found us. The military leaders and tutors of the 3 Sakura universities who were ambushed in the major nuclear power plants suddenly reacted. They seemed to have been tricked by Yi Chen, and they were furious. Baka. The sound of Baka resounded through the world. Report to the commander. The commander and his team seem to have found the boy's traces, and his target seems to be only Mount Fuji. At this time, all the ambushers received the message from the messenger, and they were all surprised. What is he doing at Mount Fuji? No, the pet on him can absorb energy. He won't absorb the huge energy and underground energy in Mount Fuji. If that's the case, the unstable situation with Mount Fuji will definitely aggravate the eruption of Mount Fuji earlier, and our country will suffer heavy losses at that time. Hurry up, hurry. All the people in ambush were furious, and took the nearest teleportation array to the foot of Mount Fuji at the fastest speed in their lives. In addition, a large number of troops and powerful beings in the academy were mobilized, and even the deans of several colleges were mobilized, each of whom was a monarch. What puzzled them was that every place Yi Chen went to was actually heavily guarded and monitored by formations. How did he ignore the monitoring and obstruction of the space formation? After all, these formations are specifically used to deal with the space system, but they are ineffective against Yi Chen. After receiving Yi Chen's order, the little whale moved its huge whale body, opened its vortex mouth, and sucked it fiercely, sweeping away the remnants of the wind. The terrifying energy underground was all sucked into the whale's huge mouth, sucked in like a whirlpool, and raised his realm. Countless energies swept through, causing huge vibrations at the bottom of Mount Fuji, and the entire volcano and the earth were shaken. Huang Qilin, Void King Cicada, and Ice Crystal Blue Luan have appeared outside Mount Fuji. As long as Yi Chen gives an order, they will start to move on their own. Ding! Congratulations to the host pet beast Dimension Dragon Whale for swallowing a large amount of volcanic energy, underground energy, evolution points plus 100,000, and breaking through the realm of the 3rd level general. Ding! Congratulations to the host pet beast Dimension Dragon Whale for swallowing a large amount of magma energy, elemental energy, evolution points plus 130,000, breaking through the 1st level of the general realm, unlocking the skill, Dimension Explosion, Fusion of Air, Sea, and Ground 3 Earthquakes. It's almost done. The magma in Mount Fuji has been introduced and all the energy has been absorbed. It is estimated that this volcano will not erupt again for a long time in the future. Quote, Little days, you have to thank me well. Quote, Yi Chen's face was full of regret, and he lowered his head slightly, as if he had done something wrong, but he quickly recovered. Yi Chen did not expect that by accident, he actually helped them solve the potential hidden danger of volcanic eruption. But, he will still return to Sakura country, and by then it will not be as simple as a volcanic eruption. The degree of its horror. Millions of monsters invaded. In fact, there are no lack of monarchs and venerables, that is the level of purgatory. Xiao Guang, Xiao Qing, Xiao Chan, do it. You can lure those fools over here. Quote, Yi Chen saw that the time was almost up, and it was time for the 3 to devour an upgrade. This month's trip to the Sakura country was extremely fruitful. 3 more powerful generals of the Commander realm were added, and they also shared the power of the Tremor fruit. Now when he punched down, the power that could be unleashed was that of the Commander realm, and it would be no problem to turn everything within a kilometer radius into ruins. This is the perversion of the tremor fruit. The three received Yi Chen's command, and the light Kirin moved. A golden light rose from the ground in Mount Fuji, floated in the air, and stood directly above the crater. It was noon at this time, and countless lights, the light of the sun, all merged with the golden beast shadow and were gradually swallowed up. The surroundings gradually turned into darkness, and only that ray of golden light was still bright. The ice crystal blue Luanfang sucked with its mouth, covering all the ice and snow on the side of Mount Fuji with cold. After swallowing the breath of ice, the aura of the realm also rose sharply. Needless to say, the little cicada flapped its wings. Every time the cicadas will trembled, a piece of void strangely disappeared and merged into its body. This speed is much faster than chewing with the mouth. The original sky was no longer bright. After the space was swallowed, the sky became even deeper and darker, like a land without boundaries. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast, the Void King Cicada, for swallowing a large amount of space, evolution points plus 50,000, breaking through the first level handsome realm, and obtaining the skill space mirror can record and play any picture, and its picture quality can be processed. To be precise, it is space recording and projection, and special effects can be added on the basis of recording, which is used to scare people. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet beast, the light Kirin, for swallowing the light of the sun, evolution points plus 60,000, breaking through the third level handsome realm, and unlocking the blazing sky light group stun skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host's pet, ice crystal blue Luan, for consuming a large amount of ice breath, evolution points plus 40,000, realm breakthrough to the first level of the commander, unlocking the life skill, the sky burial ice coffin. Permanent seal skill, realm effective, not higher than the pet's own realm, can seal any realm. The huge phenomenon on Mount Fuji attracted great attention, and even alarmed the military in Sakura. What's going on? Mount Fuji, why did it suddenly move so much, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking? Is Mount Fuji going to erupt? I don't know, let's call the local monitoring bureau first, let them take a look, and we will evacuate first. Around Mount Fuji, this is also a very famous tourist attraction. Many locals noticed this scene and directly notified the local monitoring agency and dismissed the tourists. Intuition told them that Mount Fuji seemed a little unusual today. Look, what are those three beast shadows? Why is it dark? Why is there no light in the sky? It's like it's night, but isn't it noon now? What is that golden light? And what about that ice gold giant bird? Many tourists looked up suddenly, noticing the abnormality on Mount Fuji. They took out their mobile phones and took photos to record it, taking photos while fleeing. They felt that something seemed to be brewing inside Mount Fuji, like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. They came for sightseeing, but they didn't want to die here. In the distance, from Sakura country, 100,000 troops from Tokyo and Osaka came neatly from the foot of Mount Fuji. More than 100 extremely powerful auras appeared here, each of them was in the Zun realm, and there were 10 Jun realms. The two thin old men, wearing yellow Taijin clothes, led the team. The aura of the realm on their bodies was stronger than what Yi Chen had seen before, and they were actually in the Huang realm. How did that kid get to Mount Fuji? Isn't there a layer of space monitoring around Mount Fuji? There are also space detection arrays, anti-entry arrays, and obstruction arrays. Why can he enter so easily? He entered Mount Fuji. Is he really going to blow up Mount Fuji? What are you defenders doing? You didn't even notice this and let him enter so easily. The two thin old men scolded the officers behind them. If it wasn't the time to attack, they would have beaten all of them to death. A bunch of trash, let a handsome young man make a mess, and let him break through to Mount Fuji. You have to know that these key places have space arrays, just like the previous nuclear power plants. After all, they are military strongholds. Being scolded by two emperors, everyone dared not resist at all, and they all lowered their heads in shame. To be honest, they were also confused. At the beginning, when they knew that Yi Chen was going to Mount Fuji to make trouble, there was only endless ridicule. Did he think that anyone could go to Mount Fuji? Can anyone climb to the top of Mount Fuji? The layers of formations there, even if the Lord Realm reaches the top, they can monitor it. But why did it fail this time? They don't know. Reality, like a slap in their face. Of course, Yi Chen didn't know the reason, and he also felt that it was a bit surprising that it went smoothly. Looking back at what was said above, there are very few formation masters in the native land of Sakura. Even if there are, the realm is not high, so it is difficult to arrange anti-spying formations, and even the existence of space formations. Therefore, they hired the formation masters and formation masters from Daxia to help set up the formation. You know, Daxia has the most and strongest formation masters in the world, and it can be said that Daxia is unique. Therefore, Daxia's infrastructure formation teams began outsourcing activities and built a large number of teleportation formations all over the world. But Daxia's infrastructure formation teams, no matter which country in the world, will quietly leave a hand. Any array they set up can prevent anyone from being spied on and monitor anyone. This is extremely useful, and anyone who uses it will know it. However, it can't be found on people from Daxia. They can't set up an array to detect themselves, right? After all, if the countries go to war in the future, they can rely on this to secretly give them some surprises. Yi Chen has the breath of Daxia and flows with pure Daxia blood, so naturally they will not monitor Yi Chen and put him into Mount Fuji by default. The aura of those 3 pets is extremely strong, each of them is SSS level, and I don't know where this beast got them from. After killing them, these 3 beasts will be returned to our country, as compensation for the damage he caused to our country. The 2 thin old men spoke sinisterly, their voices were hoarse, but with a hint of sharpness, and a trace of greed flashed in their eyes. Is it finally here? The good show is on. Before, these fools chased me for a month, and they also wanted to implement the Tianzhou extermination plan for my great Shah. What a big dog guts. I will destroy you now. Even if I can't annihilate them all, I will kill all these low-end combat forces. The 3 pets on the sky transmitted the pictures they saw to Yi Chen. When he saw the familiar faces outside who had been chasing him internally for a month, Yi Chen's face was full of murderous intent and fierceness. The Emperor realm is not something he can deal with. It is estimated that their speed is faster than he imagined. It is estimated that if they show their heads, they will probably be killed in seconds. Now is the last chance to escape. But it is definitely not Yi Chen's style to leave without leaving something behind before leaving. Didn't the Void King Cicada unlock the space mirror? Then now we can make good use of it. He. Yi Chen didn't know what he was thinking of, and his face was full of sinister smiles that only villains would have. Yi Chen fiddled with Mount Fuji for a while, and when he felt that he was almost done, he directly took the 3 beasts on the sky back to the beast control space. He ordered Xiaohuo and Xiaojing to take action and directly caused Mount Fuji to erupt. Xiaohuo, cause magma to erupt, hide the magma under the crust, and don't let them find our future legion. Xiaojing, trigger volcanoes, use earthquakes, air shocks, break the earthquakes, crack the air, add more fire to them, and make the Sakura country more chaotic. By the way, there is a time difference, and Mount Fuji will erupt violently again after they leave for a while. At this time, Yi Chen had disappeared at the bottom of Mount Fuji with Xiaohuo and Xiaojin. And he himself stepped directly into the space portal, accurately located in Zhongqing City, and left the realm where Sakura was. Boy, why don't you get out? You have been surrounded by us. Your parents and friends are all in our hands. We advise you to give up resistance, hand over the 3 beasts you contracted, kneel down and cut off your arms to confess your guilt. Hurry up and get out. Don't make unnecessary struggles. We know what you did. We have the ability to directly suppress the erupting Mount Fuji. Everything you do is in vain. Come out and confess, otherwise your parents will be beheaded by us, and your friends have been controlled by us. Behind the thin old man, 3 military and monarch deans from the University of Tokyo spoke, resounding in the air, speaking to Yi Chen in Mount Fuji. Verbal threats, ridicule, intimidation, all kinds of means were used. Oh, they kidnapped my family. I'm so scared. Please kill me. Kill them quickly. If you don't kill them, you'll all be my fools. Forget it. It's useless to have fools like you. If I knew I could give birth to fools like you, I would rather be on a wall than have you. Yi Chen stepped forward and appeared directly at the foot of Mount Fuji, only 1,000 meters away from everyone. He stretched out his right cheek, patted it with his right hand, and slapped it a few times, mocking him. That look and words seemed to say, you can kill him at will. I'm so angry. Asshole, Ah, we have never been insulted like this. This fool must die, he must be torn into pieces. The fool mouth is so sharp, he doesn't know when he is about to die. Wait, I will tear his mouth apart and pour magma into his mouth. Seeing Yi Chen asking for a beating, the people from the army and the academy clenched their fists, their foreheads were bulging with veins, their eyes were bloodshot, their necks were swollen and red, and their teeth were clenched, they were just angry. Okay, what a disgrace, being angry like this by a little thing. No matter how much you say today, you can't escape death. Do you know how big the difference between the general realm and the emperor realm is? Quote, I only need to think, and the ninja darts in my hand will appear on any part of your body, which may cut your tongue, dig out your eyes, cut your throat, and cut your tendons. The two old men in the emperor realm spoke one after another, looking at Yi Chen indifferently, not taking Yi Chen seriously. The words were like the disdain of an upper elephant to a lower ant. Yo 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 yo, you cut my tendons and cut my tongue. Old thing, you are so powerful, why don't you go to heaven? When you die, I will be the first to dig your graves and sprinkle your ashes into the cesspool. Kill me if you dare, I'm right here. Come on, beg for death. Yi Chen was even more awed, raised his head directly, stretched out his hand, pointed to his neck position, and motioned to let these two old things cut his neck with a ninja dart. She can tolerate your tongue first, break the possibility of your words, and then abolish your knees. A blue tendon was hidden in his forehead. In his hands, he had a fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the 10-way ninja label appeared in front of Yi Chen, appeared in his knees, his crotch, and his mouth. Sominoma, virtual, mirror, what is this demon? Quote. The two old men in the emperor realm were surprised. They never thought that Yi Chen could dodge it. The speed and strength of this attack were very well controlled. Even if it was a lord realm, it would be difficult to dodge it. But Yi Chen just disappeared like that. The next moment, Yi Chen's figure strangely appeared on Mount Fuji again. This time, his expression was no longer as annoying as before, but only cold and indifferent. Yi Chen looked down from Mount Fuji, and his voice lingered on the top of the mountain. See you next time, riding a horse to Tokyo to enjoy the cherry blossoms. I hope you like this gift of volcanic eruption. He snapped his fingers gently, and with a click, Mount Fuji behind him trembled violently, the earth shook violently, and the space shattered. Boom! A huge explosion occurred inside Mount Fuji. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds of fire, as if the whole world was suffocated. In the crater, streams of hot magma suddenly erupted, as if the gates of hell were opened, releasing endless evil spirits. The magma meandered down like a dragon, destroying everything that blocked them. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur, suffocating people. Volcanic ash filled the air, covering the sky and the sun, as if the end of the world had come. Boom, 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 boom. Countless magma gushed out from the mouth of Mount Fuji, and sky fire meteors flew down. Tens of thousands of high-temperature magma, flint, and flowing fire gushed out, and endless magma was still gushing out, and in an instant it fell at the foot of Mount Fuji, attacking everyone indiscriminately. Including a group of officers, tutors from various universities. At this moment, everyone panicked. Those in the general realm still have the power to escape, but what about those below the general realm? There are 100,000 people here, are they going to die here? How is it possible? Mount Fuji really erupted. Why is it like this? Why is the amount of magma erupted so much more than scientific estimates? Little thief, I must cut you into pieces. The two lean faces were so gloomy that water could drip out, and their expressions were full of hatred. When the old man saw Mount Fuji erupting, he turned into a stream of light and rushed up without any hesitation. He waved his big hand forward, drawing the dust and smoke of the world in front, and pressed it down hard, guiding countless dust, sand, and stone flows to block the endless magma rushing down. Tien Ren flying sand and rocks. Tien Ren thousands of flowers and clouds. Countless clouds, countless flying sand and rocks turned into a huge shield, blocking Mount Fuji and covering the entrance to Mount Fuji. The strength of the Emperor realm turned decay into magic, drew the power of nature to its own use, and resisted most of the magma disasters. The remaining torrents flowed down, and the fire and fire gushing from the sky and earth were resisted by a group of Lord Realm and Venerable Realm, and they also resisted a lot. Of course, many sky fires fell, smashing and burning thousands of people. Fortunately, 2 Emperor Realm took action, otherwise they would have died here. Saved. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers saw this scene and breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes full of the feeling of surviving a disaster. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook within a radius of thousands of meters, houses collapsed, and cracks appeared frequently. Before the 100,000 soldiers could sigh, they fell into the endless cracks. Below, boiling underground magma flowed. Ah, save me. I don't want to die. Infinite wailing, infinite shouting. Unfortunately, the 10 great monarchs and 30 venerables in the air were all resisting the flying fire meteors in the sky and had no time to take care of it. Including the 2 old men in the Emperor Realm, they were all furious when they saw this scene. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers, tens of thousands of soldiers, thousands of generals, and hundreds of commanders, all did not react in time, and were sucked into the underground cracks by a strong suction force and fell into the magma. One by one, they were like dumplings, unable to escape. One fell and one died, one fell and one was accurate, and was melted into a familiar face. Earthquake plus magma, killing 100,000 little cherry blossoms. Boom. The surrounding space was shattered, like a spider web, densely packed, and air shocks came. Space cracks, space cutting, air shocks and killings. The 3 were linked together, and the flesh of 30 venerables in the void was strangely cut in half, breaking into 2 pieces, blood gushing, dead and dead. Wow! An invisible huge shock came, the space was torn apart, the sky trembled, and the 10 monarchs were hit the hardest. They all vomited large mouthfuls of blood, with pieces of lungs and organs, and were seriously injured. The 2 emperors turned around and saw this scene. Their bodies kept shaking, their pupils were scarlet, like wild beasts that were choosing people to eat. They clenched their fists, made crackling sounds, and roared. I will kill you. I must kill you. No matter where you escape to, I will kill you. What they didn't notice was that on Mount Fuji, a mirror was strangely recording everything and transmitting the picture to someone. Although he couldn't see it with his own eyes, it would be okay to record the video and watch it, right? Hate to the extreme, and the desire to kill Yi Chen was also to the extreme. Regret. They didn't know how Yi Chen triggered volcanoes, earthquakes, and the ability to break space. Shattering space, isn't this the method of the emperor? Today, the entire Sakura country, no, all the countries in the world were in an uproar after hearing this news. Sakura country even issued an international wanted notice, offering a reward of hundreds of millions, and various generous rewards, just to get the news of Yi Chen. 100,000 soldiers died, 30 school teachers died, and the 10 great monarchs were seriously injured. The most important thing is that Yi Chen was not caught and escaped. Since that battle, the entire Sakura country has gone crazy. The Sakura emperor issued a death order and the whole country was blocked. Even if they left the country, they had to conduct a comprehensive search. In addition, they began to thoroughly investigate each city and sent troops to focus on guarding various power stations, nuclear power plants, and volcanoes that might erupt in the country. They were afraid that Yi Chen would come back and kill them. But after that, Yi Chen seemed to have disappeared. He never appeared again, just like he had evaporated from the face of the earth. Until a few months later, they went to the Great Sha Dragon country for academic exchanges and found the similarities between someone and the masked Garfield cat. Just when they were about to take revenge and even take someone back, the eyes of the whole Great Sha were all on them. That look was like looking at a dead person. Since then, these people have never appeared again. Of course, this is all later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task, obtaining 10,000 task points, 1 random devil fruit, and 1 chance to turn the wheel in the mall. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the task, killing 10 nobles, 100 generals, and killing 100,000 soldiers. The system gives an additional 20,000 task points. So far, after deducting all the host's 30,000 task points, the host still owes the system 200,000 task points. At this time, Yi Chen, the instigator of the matter, was still in the space transmission, looking at everything on the screen in front of him happily, watching with relish and marvel. He was completely unaware of what the system said. Still owe 200,000. Wouldn't it be better to return to Daxia and participate in the monster wave killing again? Obtaining 200,000 task points is easy. After obtaining enough task points, the first thing to do is to take out 100,000 task points and exchange them for lucky fruits. I just like the way these two old guys are upset with me and want to kill me but can't do anything. Shout, threaten, show your head and kill them in seconds. Yi Chen chuckled and looked at everything coming from the light screen, extremely satisfied with his masterpiece. The eruption of Mount Fuji was just a gimmick, with a huge momentum to attract their attention. He knew that there were two emperors, and the magma after the eruption would be blocked by the two, and the Fuji Pass would also be covered. But what happened next? They thought it was all over, and the sudden earthquake and air tremor were just to catch them off guard. Raid. The effect was amazing. Now, all 100,000 cherry blossoms have become acquaintances. Why don't you say that Xiaoying is of high quality and strong endurance? Decades ago, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were thousands of degrees, and they didn't say a word. Now, the lava river under Mount Fuji is also thousands of degrees. Look, they are all silent, without frowning. It's really sweat, and they are all so familiar. Yi Chen's eyes stayed under the dozen cracks in the ground, and the corners of his mouth were almost grinning to his ears. This kind of pleasure is incomparable, and it is more refreshing than killing millions of monsters. If you cover the crater when the volcano erupts, you won't be able to detect the fireworks demon kingdom under Mount Fuji. This is a conspiracy. If you don't cover the crater when the volcano erupts and let the lava flow out, more people will die. This is an open conspiracy. No matter which point, Xiaoying is still a little worse than me in insidiousness. Yi Chen carefully put away this scene. After returning, he immediately copied tens of millions of copies of the scene in this space realm and sold them directly to all parts of the world. After a month of fleeing, I am finally going back to Zhongqing. I don't know if the 4 monarch beasts died after I left. Also, have those little brothers gone back? Which colleges have they gone to? After all, they recognize me as their big brother. When the time comes, I will give each of them one useless low-level equipment that was dropped by the monsters I killed. Oh, by the way, the military training for freshmen at Lonk Academy seems to be about to start. There are still 3 days left. I have to hurry to report to the school. I still have 10 million yuan on me. I will buy some good things on the black market or find some animals with dreams. After all, I still have a few devil fruits on me that I don't use. Yi Chen's face was thoughtful, and he was looking forward to returning to Zhongqing City. After a month of being hunted and fleeing, he still had to go home. By the way, Tongzi, what is the random devil fruit? As for the turntable opportunity, just use it. Yi Chen thought of something, muttered to himself, opened the system panel, and turned on the big turntable. The huge golden roulette wheel turned, and the pointer slowly stopped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the split fruit. This fruit is the absolute nemesis of the weapon master profession: swords, spears, swords and halberds. No one below the weapon god can kill it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic reward, the General Realm Upgrade Pack, 3 Realm Shackles Breakthrough cards, 23 upgrade cards, which can only be used below the General Realm. In his mind, the voice of the system sounded. A random fruit. Yi Chen did not expect it to be the split fruit. Although it is a bit useless in the anime, it is not afraid of weapon masters. This point is a natural nemesis for all sword masters on Blue Star. After all, Blue Star can't have armed color domineering. If the system says so, except for the formation master and the psychic, the beast pet that swallowed this fruit is invincible when facing the profession with weapons. Just use it as a meat shield in front. Yi Chen has an idea. When he returns to Blue Star, he will find an animal with dreams and give it to it. The upgrade gift pack was given to Ba Sha without thinking, but he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. Now it's good, there is one more handsome pet, and it can slow down others. As for the remaining sweet fruit and human fruit, just find it by chance. The object of the sweet fruit must be a female. Otherwise, a male swallows the sweet fruit, which is infinitely charming and can be eaten by both men and women. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. The surrounding space particles tend to be stable, and the scene no longer changes. It seems that he has returned to the territory of Daxia and arrived in Zhongqing City. This random coordinate, I don't know where he will be teleported to in Zhongqing City. A light gate appeared in front of him, and he took a step out. Endless light was dazzling, and a ray of sunlight fell on Yi Chen's immature face. Finally, I'm back. Greedily taking a breath of the air in Zhongqing City, Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes, opened his hands, and couldn't help but excitedly howled, finally back. The motherland is still good. At this time, Yi Chen had not noticed the location where he was teleported, as well as the emotions of the people around him, and was immersed in his own joy. Woo woo woo. How could such a young hero die like this? How could Zhongqing, the top scholar of my great Shah, die like this? Such a young hero, it would be great if he didn't die, mainly because he didn't have a girlfriend and no offspring. If I had known this, I would have given him more children. Oh, it's such a pity. Thousands of people stood in front of the 3-meter-long huge statue, crying, sobbing, sighing, and regretting, and presented the flowers and gifts in their hands. Some people felt sorry that he was too young to enjoy any happiness, and presented countless cakes, snacks, drinks and wine. Some young women felt sorry that he had never been in love, and took off their clothes and folded them aside. What's more, I don't know which talents heard that he was still a virgin, and they actually presented several different styles of Fiji cups in a corner. So young, he died for Zhongqing like this, they were sad. I saw that the man in this statue was carved lifelike, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, and was extremely handsome. Holding the demon-slaying sword in hand, he looked at the coastal defense line with disdain, as if he was guarding the entire Zhongqing city. He is the youngest talent of the human race, and the most outstanding dragon and phoenix dual system beastmaster in Daxia. At this time, everyone was feeling sad and regretful about the death of such a young hero. Under the sculpture, the story, name, and a very brief biography of the man were engraved. He controlled dragons and phoenixes to destroy all monsters, and controlled millions of sea monsters. Under the endless thunder, he killed millions of monsters. One man killed the Demon King with one sword, but it was sad that the hero died young. On that day, all the videos of the man's battles were posted online, and the whole Zhongqing city and the whole Daxia were boiling. Countless netizens spontaneously came to Zhongqing city from all over Daxia, came to the statue, and paid their respects to this young talent. Everyone was in mourning, but was suddenly interrupted by a wolf howl. Under such emotions, many people were angry immediately. They all turned around, and before they could see the man's face clearly, they pointed at him and cursed, "Which idiot is so blind? You cursed in front of the statue of my human race. Do you have any manners? Which idiot howled and scared me so much that I cried? You howled and scared my tears back. No, I will definitely beat you up." Several burly men were hot-tempered, pointing at Yi Chen and cursing directly, even rolling up their sleeves and swinging their fists, ready to hit Yi Chen hard. Caw. But the next moment, after they saw Yi Chen's face clearly, they were stunned, their eyes were dull, their eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. Thousands of people rubbed their eyes together, turned their heads, looked at the face of the man on the statue, and then looked at the face of the handsome man in front of them. Except for some differences in clothing, they look exactly the same. Everyone was confused. Is this a twin? Could it be that Zhang Qingshui was the mistake made by Yi Chen's father when he was young, and he was his long-lost brother? Everyone was confused, and Yi Chen was also confused. The smile on his face froze and he was dumbfounded. How could a statue be erected for him if he was not dead? There is no problem with erecting a statue, but why is there a brief biography written on it? Hey, he is not dead yet. Could it be that those old guys in Liu Bei thought I died in the mouth of a monster? Yes, it must be like this, otherwise why would they erect a statue for me? This matter was a misunderstanding. So many people gave me gifts and food. If I didn't die, I would be a little embarrassed. Yi Chen returned to his original state and looked at the side of the statue with the eyes of the crowd. The flowers were almost piled up in several rows. There were countless snacks and women's clothes, which were extremely neat and tidy. Even some youth underwear and panties could be seen. There was also a Fiji cup put there by someone who didn't know who put it, and it was engraved with the signature, "Yi Chen's younger brother gave it to me." Seeing this scene, Yi Chen's face became even darker, like coal. Originally, he had some good feelings for these younger brothers, but next time he saw them, he decided to beat them all up. May I ask, brother, is it brother Yi Chen? Didn't you die in the mouth of the monster? Or are you the twin brother of Yi Chen, a great man in Zhongqing? A young man came out very boldly and looked at Yi Chen and asked tentatively. Of course I'm not dead, otherwise, is the person standing in front of you a ghost? Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh and curse when he heard the man's question. With a thought, 3 handsome beasts suddenly appeared in the air in Zhongqing City. Thunder Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Blue Luan. Each one was majestic and powerful, covering half of the sky. The huge beast pupils looked down, and their eyes were full of indifference. Except for their master Yi Chen, no one was taken seriously. When these 3 beasts appeared, Yi Chen's identity did not need any proof at all. Yi Chen is not dead. Yi Chen is still alive. Everyone was excited, looking at Yi Chen with eyes full of excitement and admiration, wishing to throw themselves on Yi Chen at this moment. Some women had blushing cheeks and looked at Yi Chen with affection. They were almost about to fall. As for the few big men who just shouted, they were embarrassed and lowered their heads in shame. Fight Yi Chen. He would probably be finished if his 3 giant beasts blew a breath. Am I so famous? Isn't it just killing some monsters? If they knew what I did in Sakura country, they would probably worship me as a god. Although Yi Chen was a little surprised to see everyone like this, it was understandable that he was a little narcissistic. Not every beastmaster is as perverted as him, and not everyone has the same cheats as him. Boom! 100 sky falcons suddenly appeared in the sky of Zhongqing City, and a powerful master of the venerable realm stood on the back of each sky falcon. Hundreds of venerable realms moved together, just for Yi Chen. There were surveillance cameras all around Yi Chen's statue. Anyone who dared to disrespect Yi Chen's statue would be arrested. Daxia attached the most importance to human heroes, especially young heroes like Yi Chen. Now, when they saw Yi Chen coming back through the surveillance, they were shocked. People from the military region, elders from the Zhongqing City Monster Hunting Association, presidents of Zhongqing City's major universities, and the mayor of Zhongqing City, high-level officials, all appeared, and they would only see the outstanding people of Zhongqing again. Among those people, there were 30 very familiar faces, which were the 30 human venerables who fought against the monarch-level monsters in the distant sea that day. In addition to the 100 or so blue sky eagles, an old man came on a weapon, wearing a military uniform. It seemed that he was in a hurry, and his beard was messy in the wind. His old face was full of joy. His eyes kept scanning the crowd, and finally fell on Yi Chen. You are not dead, you are still alive. That's great, it's great, the heaven has eyes. God bless my great Shah. The man rushed to Yi Chen's side, directly hugged Yi Chen heavily in his arms, and patted Yi Chen's back with his big hands. Bang, bang, bang. Every time he slapped, a huge roar was produced, and Yi Chen grimaced in pain. His bones were almost broken by the old man's hand. He was in the Jun realm, and he was only in the Shuai realm. And his body was not strong. Old thing, if you don't let me go, I will be strangled to death by you. Yi Chen couldn't help but curse, and he didn't have a good face for Liu Bei. After all, he was cheated by this old thing. Liu Bei didn't care about Yi Chen's address at all. He smiled and grabbed Yi Chen's hand without thinking. He jumped out of thin air and 2 long spears appeared under his feet. Swoosh, the speed was extremely fast, and soon disappeared from everyone's sight, taking Yi Chen away from here and heading to the military area. This is not a place to talk, after all, so many people are watching. This old man is still in a hurry. Fortunately, I am Zhongqing Renji alive. In this way, Yi Chen will definitely be among the top 3 in the competition for the strongest champion in Daxia. Many venerables looked at this scene with a smile, disappeared from the scene, and followed. No, didn't Yi Chen call that old man an old guy just now? It's rare that this old man didn't get angry despite his violent temper. Nonsense, would he dare to do such a great man? After all, the high-level officials in Longdu have spoken. If Yi Chen hadn't died, he would have been given a public position. The remaining venerables whispered a few words and laughed as they spoke. In the Zhongqing military region, Liu Bei's status is extremely high. But in Longdu, it's not good enough. After all, that's where the real terror is, with power, resources, status, and even strength, and the best resources of Daxia. For example, Tianqing Academy and Tianbei Academy are located here, and the strongest heroes of Daxia this year have been included in them. SSS level talent, 5-element mage genius. SSS level talent, Wanjian Chaozong, a special swordsman with the body of a sword king. SSS level talent, a dual-powered supernatural person with strong mental control and strong undead control. These three special abilities are almost the same as Yi Chen's dragon and phoenix dual-element professional potential. Even if they are weaker, they are only a little weaker. Of course, in terms of achievements, they are definitely not as good as Yi Chen. After all, he can kill the king when he is in the commander realm. Yi Chen's joining Long Academy is already a foregone conclusion. When the four major academies compete, they really want to see what will happen when so many geniuses meet. The expectation in their hearts is full. You didn't die in the monster's mouth. We saw you being surrounded by the seaweed. After we cut the seaweed, we didn't see any trace of you, and we couldn't even find your body. We thought it was corroded by the poisonous stinger. How did you escape? Is there a way to escape through space? A familiar place, a familiar basement. Yi Chen was surrounded inside and outside, with a faint sense of interrogation. Liu Bei was sitting in front of Yi Chen, facing Yi Chen, and behind him, he was surrounded by hundreds of people from the military district. Among them was Shen Gao, and the examiners who presided over the college entrance examination of Zhongqing No. 1 middle school that day. Everyone was very curious. Old man, you really want me to die at the hands of the monster, right? I am a lucky man, I have my own luck, and I escaped by chance. After all, the fewer people know about the trump card, the better, otherwise how can it be called a trump card? Yi Chen shook his head, not caring at all. When he first came here and was surrounded by people, he was a little nervous. It was like his own home at this moment. This old guy had no ill will towards him, except that he would trick him. Besides, he hadn't mentioned that he had tricked himself into Long Academy. It would be best if there was really a legacy of the ancient beasts of Daxia in Long Academy, otherwise, he would definitely make a bigger wave in Long Academy and demolish Long Academy. Old guy. Everyone stared at Yi Chen intently. Hearing such a name, they looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a ghost. Old guy. If anyone dared to appear in this military area, their fate would definitely be serious injuries. But thinking of Yi Chen's identity and ability, they turned their heads and cast their eyes on Liu Bei, wanting to see if Liu Bei dared to punish Yi Chen. If he dared, they might be able to avenge the great hatred they had suffered from Liu Bei's torture over the years. At the first moment, they reported it to Longdu, and asked the people in Longdu to punish Liu Bei, and it would be best to throw him into the monster cave. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Liu Bei raised his eyebrows and scolded loudly, "What are you looking at, you little fools? If you look again, I will throw you all into the monster cave." Immediately, Liu Bei changed his face again, looking at Yi Chen with a smile, and nodded in an indescribable kindness. "That's right, the better it is to meet someone who knows the trump card. Those old guys gave you a life-saving talisman before, which can escape some distance, but the distance is too short and it's useless. In addition to using this talisman, there should be a trump card that can escape farther." Quote. Liu Bei looked at Yi Chen, and actually he had guessed almost everything in his mind. The one who could fly out of that space must be a life-saving trump card of space array. This trump card can be sold at a high price of tens of millions in the black market, and it is in short supply. It must be personally handled by a monarch level array master. By the way, since you are back, go to Long Academy to register. There are 3 days before the new students start school. At that time, Long Academy will have a special welcome ceremony. You must be prepared. Liu Bei smiled and turned the topic directly to the registration for school. After all, he is also the Dean of the Instrument Academy of Long Academy. Now that Yi Chen has enrolled, he will definitely not be able to escape, and they will not let Yi Chen get off this pirate ship. You have become an instructor assistant. This special ceremony is useless to you. On the contrary, other seniors of higher age groups will be treated specially. I almost forgot about this. When the time comes, you should be gentler and don't let them beat you to death. Quote. Liu Bei was just gloating, but suddenly he thought of something and reacted, sighing on his old face. Originally he wanted to see Yi Chen get beaten, but when he thought about the fact that Yi Chen had a thunder dragon with the combat power of a general realm, the ones who could get beaten could only be the seniors and not Yi Chen. At this time, Liu Bei didn't know what had happened to Yi Chen in the past month. Xiao Lei, Xiao Huo, Xiao Qing, plus Xiao Chan, Xiao Guang, Xiao Jing, Xiao Bai, there are already 7 general realm beasts. With the 7 united, he is invincible below the Grand Realm, and 1 for 1 above the Grand Realm. Yi Chen just smiled at this, and carefully experienced the meaning of Liu Bei's words. A special welcome ceremony. It is probably a cordial greeting from the seniors, and maybe a beating, but it is different when it comes to him. If they dare to come, he will beat them up. From now on, his rules are rules. As for the military training of freshmen, he is about to become an instructor. What's the point of training? He eats melons while others are training, and he sleeps while others are basking in the sun. Isn't it wonderful? What I am looking forward to is seeing those freshmen and sophomores who have become instructor assistants and were beaten by me again. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see me. It must be very exciting. Yi Chen couldn't help thinking so, very sinister. I don't have anything good to give them next time we meet, so I'll just give them a beating. Hee. Inside the secret room, the light was dim, and at this moment, Yi Chen's face revealed a weird smile, and the light shone on his face, which seemed a bit sinister. Liu Bei's old face was ugly to begin with, and at this time he deliberately forced a smile, and the light hit his face, which was also extremely ugly. One old and one young, they are simply 2 weirdos. Shen Gao saw it and secretly complained in his heart, but didn't dare to say it directly. Oh, by the way, where did you go during the month you disappeared? We have searched all over the vicinity of Zhongqing City, but there is no trace of you. How come you just evaporated from the face of the earth? Liu Bei thought of the fact that he had mobilized all the power he could mobilize in the first half of the month to find Yi Chen's traces, even any relics, but returned in vain, without any news. Now Yi Chen has a weird appearance, and it seems that he still returned to Zhongqing City by riding the space formation. He is very curious about what Yi Chen did during this period of disappearance. Nothing, just some trivial things. Dean Lu, but I seem to have caused a little trouble, very small. The other party is a black force, I may not be able to defeat them. If anything goes wrong, you must help me, otherwise I will be alone and helpless, and they may assassinate me. Yi Chen's words changed, the smile on his face disappeared, his eyes were watery, very pitiful, almost tears, as if he had suffered a great injustice. I don't know when, there was a mobile phone in his hand, quietly recording a video. What? You are a talented person in Zhongqing, a talented person in the building. If there are black forces who dare to attack you, they are simply tired of living. I will kill as many as they come. Even if the King of Heaven comes, I, Liu Bei, will slap him twice. With me here, you can rest assured that no one can touch you. Today, I will leave this message here. If you have any trouble, I, Liu Bei, will take care of it alone. When Liu Bei heard that Yi Chen was being hunted, he was furious. He patted Yi Chen's shoulder and signaled him to relax. Everything was on his shoulders. He was very confident on his old face. Okay, I feel relieved with your words, Dean Lu. If something really happens, it all depends on Dean Lu to take action. The worry on Yi Chen's face disappeared, and he returned to his smiling appearance. He secretly thought, you cheated me once, I cheated you once, and we are even. When the exchange between the institutions of other countries takes place, Xiao Yinghua will definitely see through me. Everything will be handed over to Dean Lu. At this time, Liu Bei didn't know that he was cheated by Yi Chen. Since Yi Chen's identity was exposed, he had endless headaches. He was used as a thug by Yi Chen for a period of time, protecting Yi Chen's safety at all times. At this moment, what was even more coincidental was that in the secret room of the military district, a major news from overseas came and fell into the ears of everyone. An assassin from another country appeared in Sakura country, detonated Mount Fuji, killed 100,000 Sakura Jun, 100 Zun ninjas, seriously injured the 10th of June ninjas, and escaped in front of 2 emperors. The assassin killed many students from the University of Tokyo, Osaka University, and Kyoto University, and even killed all the sophomores of the University of Tokyo, and finally escaped successfully. The man's nationality is unknown, his identity is unknown, and he has several SSS-level pets around him, which can devour energy and cross space, and are extremely powerful. Sakura country has issued an international wanted order, and the man, masked Garfield cat, is hunted down worldwide. A broadcast sounded from the secret room. Everyone listened to this horrible deed, and they were shocked and sighed, with excitement and admiration on their faces. A god, he rushed into the devil country, killed their devil students, and also killed 100,000 devil soldiers. It was great, really great. If I had the ability to meet him, I would really like to drink and chat with this god. Today, double happiness, ha 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 ha. Shen Gao laughed, and so did everyone else, with joy overflowing on the surface. Liu Bei listened and nodded secretly, and admired him in his heart, but he was more concerned about Yi Chen. What SSS level pet? Is it as awesome as Yi Chen's dragon and phoenix SSS level pet? That is a divine beast from their Daxia, and the two are simply incomparable. In Liu Bei's place, Yi Chen's advantages were infinitely magnified. Listening to this news, Yi Chen's expression was slightly unnatural. Looking at the ceiling with his eyes, whistling softly, his eyes were erratic, full of indifference, and I don't know what he was thinking. Hey, why does this kid have this expression? Is he angry because he heard that others are so powerful? As expected, young people are competitive, which is understandable. Liu Bei thought that Yi Chen was competitive, and nodded secretly. Soon, he found something wrong. On the screen, he saw the image of the masked Garfield on the wanted poster. Although he covered the lower half of his face, only a pair of eyes were exposed, but how come these eyes looked a bit like Yi Chen's? Why does this guy look more and more familiar? The eyes, the pupils, and even the expression of the eyes are basically the same. Could it be that this guy did it? But that's not right. How did he get to Sakura country in this month? Liu Bei was very confused. He glanced at Yi Chen several times without leaving a trace, thinking about the possibility that it was Yi Chen. But there is no such coincidence in the world. Yi Chen only disappeared for a month, and such news appeared on the other side. There is a 99% probability that it is accidental. Besides, what the masked Garfield did was even more shocking than what Yi Chen did. Escaped under the command of 2 emperors, what does this mean? The ability of the emperor is far superior to that of the monarch. It is not a problem to fight 1 against 100. As long as the emperor wants, tens of millions of monsters can be slaughtered in a single thought. Of course, depending on the profession, the speed of killing will also be somewhat different. Some formation masters, psychics, sword masters, and gun masters can kill instantly, while berserkers and ninja assassins will take more time. Masked Garfield, which genius got such a ridiculous name? Liu Bei thought of this name and his mouth twitched. This ridiculous nickname was actually used by someone. Those pets don't match. The 2 pets used by Masked Garfield are a huge king cicada and a light unicorn, which have nothing to do with Yi Chen's 3 beasts. At this time, Liu Bei's mind had already been brainstorming for a while, and finally dispelled 99% of the doubts in his heart, but 1% still existed. He had to investigate carefully and collect more details about Masked Garfield. For some reason, he always had a very strange feeling in his heart, that this matter might have some connection with Yi Chen. After disappearing for a month, there was no news, and such a big thing was reported in Sakura country. Moreover, there was no clue about the identity of the man, and he disappeared out of thin air at this moment. This back and forth was too coincidental. Hey, old man, I killed so many monsters, but you don't have any expression. After all, I saved a lot of people in Zhongqing City. Seeing that Liu Bei was thinking, Yi Chen couldn't help but speak out and interrupted him directly. It didn't matter whether Liu Bei found it or not. Anyway, he had recorded the video of Liu Bei helping him just now, and the evidence was all there. Even if Yinghua called over, what? If you have the ability, come to Lonk Academy to kill him. Yes, generally speaking, the bodies of dead monsters can be exchanged for a lot of money. But countless monsters were turned into blood mist by the powerful lightning of your thunder dragon, leaving nothing behind. Liu Bei came back to his senses, thought about it, and spoke slowly. Every time he heard this, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and he took a deep breath to adjust his state. He was also very annoyed about this, which made him lose a lot of task points. In addition, thousands of houses on the edge of Zhongqing City were destroyed by lightning and turned into ruins, and some ice sculptures were burned to ashes by fire. The government needs to spend a lot of money to rebuild them. So the reward for you. Do you understand? Liu Bei raised his eyebrows at Yi Chen, and the look in his eyes was self-evident. Just like you have made great contributions, but all the houses and buildings on the edge of Zhongqing City were destroyed by you. Even if you were rewarded with a lot of money, some of it will be deducted. You still have the nerve to ask about the bonus. Don't you know what you have done? Hearing what Liu Bei said, Yi Chen's mouth twitched deeper, his face completely black, and his forehead was full of black lines. Of course, you have made such a great contribution to Zhongqing, it is definitely unreasonable not to have a reward. Its generosity is definitely beyond your imagination. I will send you to Lonk Academy to report in 2 days, and I will naturally give it to you. Don't worry. I will deduct anyone's money, but not yours. Quote, seeing Yi Chen's miserly appearance, Liu Bei laughed and patted Yi Chen's shoulder. He liked to see Yi Chen's frustrated look. Old man, Yi Chen cursed, and then chatted with Liu Bei for a while, and then Liu Bei let him go back to Zhongqing City. He went to Zhongqing City for a walk in the next 2 or 3 days, and then left for Lonk Academy. I don't know when I will come back next time. After Yi Chen left, Liu Bei put away his joking appearance and restored his former majestic leader. Go, call up all the images of the masked Garfield cats, and let the hidden man intercept what happened in the past month from Sakura, and the beasts owned by the masked Garfield cats. Liu Bei gave the order, looking at Yi Chen's departing back, his eyes deep. Little guy, if it's you, it's against the will of heaven. At that time, the lurkers from other countries in my great Shah will be restless because of you, and you will face endless assassinations. The beautiful country, the Sakura country, the white elephant country, the Nordic countries, and the bear country will not allow a blue star unifier to appear. As soon as Yi Chen returned to Zhongqing City, he was invited to various places as a guest. The hundreds of venerable realms were too enthusiastic and could not be stopped at all. Under their endless goodwill, stuffing money, Yi Chen appeared in the Monster Hunting Association, government departments, and major key universities, and took photos with everyone. As for the purpose, it's very simple, to increase popularity. Today, Yi Chen is a celebrity. His coming to their side will only benefit them in recruiting more talents in the future. Yi Chen was busy all day, with special cars picking him up and beauties accompanying him, but it was a pity that there were too many people, otherwise. Late at night, Yi Chen finally finished everything, collected 2,000 W in cash, and appeared at an orphanage on the edge of the city. Looking at the old courtyard, Yi Chen was a little dazed. This is where he has lived for more than 10 years. He has been adopted here since he was 5 years old. Although many children bullied him, he also had some friends, but now they seem to be drifting away. In his mind, the figure of a woman in a red dress emerged. She is the director of this orphanage and took in all their homeless orphans. When she was 15 years old, she took over this orphanage. Although she was still a girl and was at an ignorant age, she was able to give all their orphans a home. When I was a child, I was so naughty that I always liked to pester the director and get into the director's bed to sleep with her. Whenever he thought of this, Yi Chen's old face turned red, and he muttered softly, "It's all because of the children's ignorance." Alas, innocence and romance will eventually turn into a lecherous rogue, the true nature of men. Shake off these inexplicable thoughts, Yi Chen is undoubtedly grateful to the woman. It's a pity that the dean has been gone for 3 years, and I don't know where she went. I heard that the dean is from Longdu, so I'll go and see her when I have time. Yi Chen stayed outside the courtyard for a long time. Looking at the orphanage where the lights had been turned off, he skillfully climbed over the back wall and left a gold card on the table of Aunt Shaw, who is now in charge of the orphanage. He trusted Aunt Shaw, who treated everyone equally and regarded them as her own children. And it was 1/10 of his labor fee today, 2 million, which was enough to renovate the orphanage, improve the food, and buy some materials for some students. After doing everything, Yi Chen took a deep look at his own independent small room, which was close to the dean's house, and smiled, extremely brilliant. The return stay was only half an hour, and there was no more nostalgia. Quietly left the orphanage, looked at the moon hanging high in the sky, and whispered to himself, "Silence is the most old moon, talk freely and don't dislike the early sunset. Everything seems like a dream. I am me, Yi Chen of China is me, Yi Chen of Daxia is also me." Silence for a long time. At night, you can vaguely hear the sounds of animals and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Tree. Yi Chen thought of something and looked at a small tree in front of him with a burning gaze. Trees also have life, can they also add the power of devil fruits? Xiaomu, do you have a dream? Tongzi, can this kind of tree also use the devil evolution fruit? Yi Chen asked in his heart. If not, he could only reluctantly give up and choose something else. Replying to the host, in theory, as long as there is a species of life, it can be used. The system's voice hesitated, but it still spoke slowly, and the words were a little uncertain. Since it is possible, the rest is not important. Seeing that the system said it was okay, Yi Chen directly threw the rest behind his mind. The fruit of shattering plus small tree, see what it can evolve into. A tree that is not afraid of being cut by a knife, a tree whose branches can fly everywhere. If the surface can be made harder, it would be better if it can be fireproof. In this way, this ancient tree can be said to have few rivals. Rustle. Trees can't speak, and the only response to Yi Chen is the rustling sound of the leaves blown by the wind, and the branches swaying gently. Okay, since you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. You are a tree with dreams. When the time comes, follow me and I'll find you a mother tree forest. Yi Chen smiled and took out the split fruit from the system mall, pinched off a small piece, and directly applied the juice to the small tree in front of him. Suddenly, an inconspicuous small tree in front of the orphanage was glowing green in the dark night, and the tree lines on the branches were reflected clearly, and consciousness awakened. This small tree is only 2 or 3 meters high, and its trunk has risen to 10 meters. The trunk is thicker, the branches are strong, and the surface is covered with a layer of green light to strengthen its defense. Ordinary small tree plus split fruit right pointing arrow evolution. SSS level sky splitting wood ancestor. It can be changed later, and there will be changes later. Pet. Sky splitting wood ancestor. Level. SSS level human defined limit. Special talent. Not affected by any kind of killing below the god realm, regardless of the level of its own realm. Realm. First order disciple realm devouring weapons type evolution. Skills. Body splitting, whipping with vines. Yi Chen directly checked the panel information of this small tree, and was quite satisfied with what was displayed above. His upgrade evolution, devouring weapons and tools and so on. The specific ability of this fruit of splitting into pieces is to act as a meat shield, not to kill, so its killing is much weaker. Let Xiao Lei, Xiao Huo, Xiao Jing and others do the damage. For control, there is the deceleration of Ba Sha and the freezing of Xiao Qing. For the first move, there is Xiao Guang's extreme speed and Xiao Chan's space teleportation. But this tree type doesn't seem to be very durable. It is invincible against any tool type, but it will not be able to face other formation masters, psychics and the like. I will find a way to improve it in the future. Ding, special pets are detected to match special devil evolution fruits, fruit fusion is enabled, and pets can evolve again. Tian Lai Mu Zhu can match Sen Sen fruit, Wan Lei Ying Long can match Yu Yu fruit, Dimension Dragon Whale can match Tun Tun fruit, and Fire Phoenix can match Phoenix fruit. Open a special limited mall to sell this type of devil fruit, 80,000 each, limited to 3 months. Warm reminder. Only pets with related attributes and special abilities can be swallowed additionally. If there is no connection, such as the burning fruit and the smoke fruit are incompatible, the pet will explode and die. Closing square bracket. The system's voice sounded, and the golden panel in front of him changed, and the corresponding matching images appeared. The pets of Yi Chen were attached with additional evolution devil fruits. In other words, if they swallow another one with similar properties, their own abilities can be greatly improved, and they can evolve again, breaking through the original level limit, and they may become even stronger. This point is very humane, directly breaking the limitation of only being able to swallow one devil fruit and unlock one ability. After Xiaohuo swallowed the phoenix fruit, he can definitely get more, such as the magma fruit, such as the hot fruit, and everything related to the fire attribute can be added. In this way, the wind attribute and the rock attribute can be added. Think about it, the phoenix already has the function of rebirth from the ashes, and with the phoenix fruit, it will recover directly every time it is injured, and it will be reborn when it is seriously injured and dying. It can't be killed at all. How can others play with it? Yi Chen's eyes were burning, full of expectations. And this small tree matches the Sen Sen fruit. At that time, he will not be afraid of any flames at all, and can turn into a special wood world. Its body is infinitely enlarged, swallowing the flesh and blood of other monsters and growing wildly. Maybe it can become a world-building wood. The potential of this future is simply limitless. Although it is exciting to think about it, the best way now is to find a way to earn more task points. First pay back the 200,000 task points owed, and then buy all the devil fruits sold directly in the limited mall. In these 3 months, he must be crazy about slaughtering monsters and exploding equipment and recycling corpses. With a thought, he directly put Xiaomu into the beast god ring, opened up a realm for it to grow, and specially let Xiaohuo stay away. Otherwise, he was afraid that the phoenix fire on Xiaohuo would directly burn his pet to death. Mu Zhu knew that this was his master's kindness, and sent a few thoughts of gratitude. Ding! It is detected that the host is about to enter Long Academy, and the growth task is released. Successfully complete the military training test and successfully pass the special ceremony for freshmen to enter the school. You can get 3 random devil fruits, 50,000 task points, 1 mall lottery, and 1 breakthrough card for any realm. The task was released, and the task points this time were directly raised to 50,000, and the number of random devil fruits reached 3. The reward is unprecedentedly rich. Tongzi, if you say so, then I'm ready to go early. Yi Chen's eyes were straight when he saw the reward. He no longer hesitated, summoned Xiaochen, opened the space transmission door, stepped into it, and went directly to find Liu Bei. 2 days passed in a flash. Today, Liu Bei took Yi Chen on the teleportation array and came directly to Long Academy. A huge flying gun flew over the sky of Long Academy, attracting countless onlookers. In Long Academy, flying is not allowed unless there is special permission. But who is he? The Dean of Kudao Academy. Does he need to take care of these? There is not even any process for new students to register, and he took Yi Chen directly to his residence. Long Academy is one of the 4 highest universities in Daxia, and controls countless secret realms. Yi Chen lives in an independent small villa with 3 floors and an independent garage for parking vehicles. The small courtyard is full of green bamboo. The first floor of the villa is the living room and kitchen, and the second floor is the living room and entertainment place. A special space array was built on the 3rd floor, which can be teleported to any teaching building at any time, saving the need to travel on weekdays. It can be said to be very humane. Yi Chen doesn't need to do anything at all daily necessities have been prepared for him early. This is a great treatment for the top scholar. You don't need to bring anything. The school has even specially made dozens of clothes for you according to your body. There are short-sleeved shirts, long pants, and long clothes. They are all in the closet. Liu Bei raised his eyebrows at Yi Chen, and he was envious. When he was a student, there was no such good condition. There is also a formation on the top floor that can be directly transferred to the teaching building, and you can go to any training ground. Seeing him, his eyes are red. You should know that when he was a student, he lived in a student dormitory with 6 people. After a day of high-intensity training, when the 5 beasts in the dormitory slept at night, the snoring sound was like thunder in the spring night, the roar of tractors, and the wild cattle plowing in the fields. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe